a seat here. We're going to get started with our program because we have a very busy schedule ahead of us. Yeah, of course, wherever you want. Yeah. Okay, a seat here. We're going to get started with our program because we have a very busy schedule ahead of us. What a beautiful voice. Like, what? I'm like, wow. Okay, a seat here. We're going to get started with our program because we have a very busy schedule ahead of us. What a beautiful voice. Like, what? I'm like, wow. Okay, a seat here. We're going to get started with our program because we have a very busy schedule ahead of us. What a beautiful voice. Like, of course, this would happen to me. You know, this would happen. I do have a very loud, my husband will tell you I do have a very loud voice. Are you good? Okay. Oh, all right. Hopefully that won't happen again. That's very creepy. All right. Good morning, everybody. I'm Leila Abed, Director of the U.S Mexico program. And on behalf of the Inter-American Dialogue and the Border Trade Alliance, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 11th annual Building a Competitive U.S. Mexico Border Conference. We are honored to be joined today by a distinguished and diverse group of policymakers, business leaders, civil society representatives, and experts from across the United States and Mexico. The gathering reflects the shared commitment to fostering cooperation, dialogue, and innovation in one of the most dynamic and consequential regions in the world. Now in its 11th year, the conference stands as a vital platform for shaping a forward-looking agenda for the U.S.-Mexico border, an area that is not only a dividing line, but a powerful bridge. The border region, as all of you know, is home to over 15 million people and represents a complex, deeply interwoven zone of cultural integration, economic interdependence, and shared aspirations. It is a gateway for more than $1 million in bilateral trade every minute and a critical artery for supply chains, energy, tourism, and labor mobility that fuel the prosperity of both nations. But alongside its many opportunities, the border also presents pressing challenges, ranging from infrastructure modernization and workforce development to the evolving dynamics of migration and security. Many of these challenges are better addressed when the U.S. and Mexico work together. This year's program is especially timely as it delves into key areas that will define the border's trajectory in the years ahead. Our panelists will discuss the future of cross-border trade and connectivity, the intersection of migration and security strategies, the equitable management of shared natural and human resources, and the transformative impact of emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence. We're especially proud to convene speakers from both sides of the border, including members of Congress, state and local officials, private sector executives, and community leaders who bring a wealth of perspectives and a spirit of collaboration to this forum. Their insights will help us not only identify common challenges, but co-create actionable solutions that enhance the resilience, sustainability, and competitiveness of the North American region. The U.S.-Mexico border is not a line of division, but a space of convergence, a place where innovation meets tradition, where local realities inform global strategies, and where shared challenges can lead to shared progress. The Dialogues Mexico program will continue to bring more of Washington to the border region and more local stakeholders to the capital's nations to bring them even closer together. Before we begin, I want to go over a couple of housekeeping items. For those of you in person today, you will find QR codes distributed throughout the conference room and outside. That includes the conference agenda as well as the speaker bios. Coffee and pastries will be available throughout the day and box lunches will be available during the lunch break. For those of you joining us virtually, you can find the full agenda and list of panelists on the Dialogues website. If you would like to pose a question to our panelists, please do so on the chat Zoom box directly on the link. The conference will be recorded and available on the Dialogues YouTube channel. Thank you all for being part of this important conversation and for your ongoing dedication to building a more competitive, cooperative, and inclusive U.S.-Mexico border. And now I have the great pleasure to turn it over to Ambassador Carla Hills, Chair Emeritus of the Inter-American Dialogue, Ambassador, thank you so much for being here with us this morning.
Thank you, Leila. It's a great pleasure to be back at the Inter-American Dialogue and for this 11th annual conference that is focused on building a competitive U.S. Mexico border. The Alliance, Border Trade Alliance, and the Inter-American Dialogue are actually, in my view, an ideal partnership. The Border Trade Alliance focuses on issues in both the our North, Canada, and South Mexico borders. The Inter-American Dialogue seeks a strong relationship throughout the Western Hemisphere. And it's not easy times that both organizations face, but a strong and resilient U.S. Mexico is absolutely key to our nation's peace and prosperity. Last year, trade among U.S. Mexico hit a record high. We had, for example, $840 billion in the export of goods. We sell more to Mexico than we sell to England, France, Germany combined. And also our imports from Mexico are to our advantage. 40% of what we import from Mexico is of U.S. content. And interestingly, Mexico has a free trade agreement with 50 nations. We have free trade agreements with 20. So when Mexico exports to countries outside of the Western Hemisphere, wow, they're a real good trade agent. And we should keep that in mind. The Business Roundtable has determined that 5 million U.S. jobs are connected to our economic relationships with Mexico. And this is not just large corporations, by the way. This is 40% are small and medium-sized businesses that are involved in the bilateral trade. So the president's current devotion to the use of tariffs causes me some concern. It certainly raises enormous uncertainty. The last set of tariffs imposed upon Mexico under the International Emergency Powers Act, 25%. And it went to the Court of International Trade, and then up on appeal, both courts found that those tariffs were illegal. Now is headed toward the Supreme Court, and we'll see what happens. But the tariffs still stand, and it is hurting both of our economies. We need to have a harmonious outcome on a range of issues. I don't have to tell the Border Trade Alliance that, but problems dealing with water, with energy, technology, they all require bilateral collaboration. And they're never been more important than to share the views that all of you, our business community, have with our elected representatives. So I very much look forward to this dialogue, and my strong hope is that relations with Mexico that was warmly enhanced and created in a wonderful way back with the North American Free Trade Agreement will only continue to blossom. We need each other. And so I'm glad to see each and every one of you here today.
Well, some may want to shut us down, but we are unstoppable. When there's a will, there's a way. And Leila, a pleasure to partner with you in this new capacity. I'm Britton Mullen, the president of the Border Trade Alliance. Thank y'all all for being here today. We have a busy, great, strong agenda, starting with Congressman Cuellar and Stanton. So we're going to get rolling and get straight to y'all. Thank you all for being here.
Britton? Good morning. My name is Hector Serna. I'm president of IBC Bank in Eagle Pass, Texas, and have the pleasure of being here. Thank you, Britton. I will be the moderator, and I don't believe we'll have any issues with time today because Congressman Cuellar has a vote and a markup today in the Ag Committee, so we'll do that. And I would ask both Congressman Cuellar and Stanton to join us up here and welcome. Most of y'all know that Congressman Cuellar from Texas and Congressman Stanton from Arizona are integral parts of our border state delegation. And
we were laughing because he was up till like 3 a.m. at a markup last night, and he's here.
I
Got
understand.
to go back and vote some more.
And I understand you've been practicing baseball as well. So we absolutely will. And from being a mayor and a city councilman, Congressman Stanton in Arizona, and Henry Cuellar, state rep and Secretary of State in Texas. So we've got a fantastic representation here in Washington, in as much as our border states are concerned. But let's.
By the way, his Laredo party is the best party in D.C. You should all know Laredo days.
Well, we've got some specific questions. We know that the time is upon us with this write-up on the Ag Committee. So let's jump right in. And while I have some specific questions, let's do a big picture first of all, and a question for both of y'all. When you think of the border at this time in our history, what comes to mind? For some folks on Capitol Hill, it's about security concerns. Some it's about immigration, migration. Others, it may be trade. So this is a general comment from each of you. What are you most focused on, or what should you be focused on when it comes to the border today? And
All right, good. I guess I'll be the one with high energy today. I'll make sure he doesn't fall asleep here. My partner he's been up all night. But look, before we get to that, I don't want to avoid the 800-pound gorilla in the room. The raids that are going on in California are completely unacceptable. Mass deportations of people that have not committed other crimes. The calling in of the National Guard and even the Marines violates everything that we know about federal-state relations. It affects our baseball game because Alex Padilla, one of our best players, Senator Padilla, had to fly home because his community is being mistreated in this regard. So these are tough times here, and obviously the decision of the administration to federalize and militarize what's happening there certainly affects our cross-border relations as well. And everybody in this audience knows exactly what I am talking about. This is a tough time, sad time. This should be a golden age of U.S. Mexico partnership and friendship. With the tensions with Mexico, we should be looking towards our next door neighbors of Mexico and Canada, coming closer together, bringing our economies closer together. We can defeat this economic challenge from China, but we can't do it alone. We have to do it with our partners. And of course, as was discussed by the ambassador, before Liberation Day, there was these over-the-top tariffs on Mexico and Canada. Not an economic policy, more of a political statement. I guess I don't know what they were trying to do with those policies. And so the greatest Trump achievement in his first term was arguably USMCA and getting that bipartisan agreement. Instead of building upon that and taking it to the next level, we're tearing apart that agreement with these ongoing 25% tariffs. I am leading the way in the House to try to do a discharge petition to undo the illegal declaration of national emergency upon which the tariffs were built, because it is illegal. I mean, the tariffs that vote should be in the House, just like all money bills, tax bills, and international trade belongs in the House of Representatives. Read the Constitution. The only reason he's able to get around it is the declaration of emergency when there is no emergency, as the International Trade Court indicated. But we're going to try to get every single Democrat to sign on. We're getting closer and closer to that. And it's going to put a lot of our pressure on our Republican friends who feel the other way. At the same time, by the way, it's a two-way street. And I've probably been louder than anyone else in the Congress expressing my disappointment with President Sheinbaum continuing this judicial overhaul in Mexico, which I think is going, I mentioned this magical time that we should be going through, bringing our closer together. But when you adopt policies that make U.S. Businesses less willing to invest because they may not have as much confidence in the judicial system, that's a problem. So both countries have to get our house in order. I'm a long-term optimist. I think we will, despite the tough times that we are going through, because the obviousness of what we need to do is there. I mean, China is a huge threat to the United States. We can win, but we need our partnership with Mexico to do so.
First of all, I want to say thank you. Over here. Oh, yeah. No. First of all, Ambassador, it's so good seeing you. All of y'all, thank you so much. Brent, thanks so much. You know, we set up to about 2:45 is when we finished in the morning appropriation. So I expected Sam Vale and all the Rio Grande folks to be here. Where are they? Yeah, okay. He's on his way. No, I'm just kidding. But again, Jerry and Hector, it's so good seeing all of y'all, and Border Trade Alliance and all the folks. Thank you for what y'all do. Look, the border has always been misunderstood in so many ways. It really doesn't matter who's in office. You know, they think a border, a crime area. They just don't understand. Congress always looks at men and women in green, which is Border Patrol. But we got to look at men and women in blue, which are important for our ports of entry, as you very well know. So it really doesn't matter. When you look at the stats, the FBI stats, you will see that the crime rate, doesn't matter if it's murder, rape, assault, etc., it's lower at the border than the national crime rate. And I can tell you for a fact, I haven't been carjacked in Laredo. The crime here is about 3-4 times higher than the border here. So this is something that people just don't really understand. People don't understand that the Rio Bravo, Rio Grande really unites us as two countries. And as the ambassador said, $840 billion and growing, which is an incredible amount. Senator Cruz and I have we passed some legislation on expediting the ports of entry, the bridges, which is important. I had language that I passed on the appropriation to open it up for the northern and the southern border. The senator had something that was a little bit more concise, so I went with the senator. But now we filed legislation to open up to the northern and southern ports, which is, again, important for all of us. So we say this, but we got to make sure we emphasize this trade between the U.S. and Mexico. For the folks who are here from Laredo, my hometown Laredo, it's the 9th largest port in the whole world. The first 8 are Chinese. Number 1 through number 8 are Chinese. Number 9 is Laredo. Number 10 is LA / Long Beach itself. And I say that because the trade between the U.S. and Mexico is going to continue. And you're right, the numbers are, if something comes from China, Europe has about a 4% American parts. If it comes from Canada, the numbers are about 24-25% American parts. But if something comes in from Mexico, it'll have 40% American parts. So it shows you how integrated we are with Mexico. The trade agreement that we have was negotiated under Trump 1, and I think it was called the best trade agreement ever. By the way, that was the only time that by one vote, there were more Democrats than Republicans that supported that agreement. There is a revision coming in. I was asking some of the folks in the Ways and Means, they're going to start looking at that. There are some things we need to tweak because I'm still worried about China being in Mexico. You know, we do have rules of origin. So if y'all have any ideas, and Ambassador White, I know you were up there as the ambassador, but any thoughts on that? Because I worry about what China is doing in our backyard in so many ways, not only in investment, but, you know, they're going into areas like going and renting out telescopes from universities to study the stars, and other things. And I keep telling my Mexican friends, as a CIA agent told me one time, you know, China will say, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, but there's a cost at the end, the trap. And like he said, the only free cheese is in a mousetrap. So we got to be very, very careful by what's happening down there. So again, things are looking good in appropriations. We are putting money in technology and personnel, and especially at the ports of entry, because I'll close with this. I keep telling my friends that most drugs will come in through ports of entry, not in between. And if you look at the U.S. Sentencing Commission, 86% of the people that come in with drugs are U.S. citizens / U.S. residents and not illegals or undocumented aliens. So those are the things we're looking at.
He didn't tell the rest of the story in that, so he didn't get hijacked, he didn't carjacked in Laredo. He did get carjacked here in Washington in Navy Yard. And obviously that was a harrowing experience, but the worst thing of all is they stole his sushi that he had bought for dinner that was in the car. So the next day on the House floor, I got him a gift certificate for the nicest sushi restaurant in town to replace the stolen sushi.
Have my car, my phone, and everything, and never caught.
Wow.
That's unbelievable.
Well, you're,
But Henry did bring up something else I want to add on, and that is, you know, in addition to the tariff policy, you know, the United States retreat from USAID and using our soft power. China is filling it up. And when we are telling our students from around the world, you're not welcome at our American universities, that message tragically is being heard loud and clear around the world. And we are giving up United States soft power in all of those areas. So it's not just the tariffs, it's also retreat from USAID and not allowing international students feel welcome at our universities here in America.
Henry, we're glad that everything went well, and that you're safe with your sushi as well. And you mentioned that the Rio Grande unites both countries, and those of us that are from the U.S. Mexico border, we know that. We come and go on a regular basis, and you're absolutely right. On the U.S. side, it's the safest part of the country. And we say that the folks in Washington or Mexico City don't understand us on the border. I think y'all have a better feel for what it is living on the U.S. Mexico border and the importance thereof. I'll mention for Congressman Cuellar that I know you've championed funding border infrastructure, especially land ports of entry. Where do you see the biggest needs today, and how do you make the case for greater federal investment in these areas? What about private sector investment in ports of entry? What about public-private partnerships in infrastructure?
Oh, first of all, I passed legislation with a senator from Louisiana some years ago that allowed the public-private partnership. We passed it appropriations, and then Senator Corn and I went ahead and made some changes to it. But you know, as we say in appropriations, we don't legislate, but we do it all the time. And that was one of the biggest things we did on public-private partnership investments. The other thing is when we passed the bipartisan infrastructure, the largest amount of money that the states have gone. In Texas, it's the largest amount of money. But I keep telling our folks in Austin, because once they get the money, they forget about the border. And they always talk about, they come in I-69 and the other ones, they talk about 18-wheelers. And I said, yeah, but those 18-wheelers don't jump from the border all the way to San Antonio or all the way to Dallas or Houston. They start off the border. So there is a lot of new monies coming in for border infrastructure. So the border infrastructure is important. The expediting of bridges are important. The staffing of the men and women is very, very, very important. And the other thing is the technology. The problem is we put in hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of technology, but it takes a long time to get it done. And some of the older bridges don't have the footprint. So I keep telling members it's not only money for technology, non-intrusive, but you got to look at the footprint. The new bridges have the right footprint. The older bridges don't have the footprint itself. And the other thing is this expediting. Laredo has gone 3 presidential permits. Next week, we should hopefully get our 4th one, which is incredible that in less than a year, I've gone 4 presidential permits itself. And those are some of the things. And the other thing is we just got to coordinate with the Mexicans. I know the last time we were with President Alamo, he talked about putting $800 million of technology, and he told us he was buying from American companies. So they're the same American companies that are on the U.S. side, but we got to make sure they coordinated. In other words, if you have a license plate, it's got to be the right generation where they can talk to each other. So that type of coordination on infrastructure and technology with the Mexicanos is extremely important.
The only thing I want to add on that is, as we're all going to support improvements at our ports of entry, allowing for more trade, trucks, et cetera. But it's not just ports of entry; it's the roads once you enter the United States. In Arizona, we got a lot of work to do. We want the truck traffic. We want that trade. We want more and more produce and other products from Mexico to enter. The stronger we do, the better. But the roads aren't ready for that. So we need to coordinate on our side as well, not just land port of entry improvements, but also expansion and improvement of the road so we can handle even more truck traffic coming across.
Yeah, one of the great announcements recently was not only I-69, but also the I-27, which also is a parallel to I-35, which will be put on the map, and it'll be a new interstate.
And let me say that again. I-27 Laredo will be, sorry, I'm bragging about Laredo. Laredo will be the only port that will have 4 highways. I-2, which is 83 going south, I-69 up to the Houston area, I-35, which is another one. And then in appropriations, I was able to add I-27 in there because, as you know, things get political. The parties divided on the transportation bill, and then when the bipartisan came in, they didn't have that language. So in appropriations, we're able to add that, and I-27 will open up West Texas, which is ag and oil energy for that part of the state. So it's going to be really good because it goes by Eagle Pass.
Del Rio. Yeah, I think that it's been in the works for a number of years, called Ports to Plains. So it's a wonderful addition. Congressman Staton, you've led several delegations to Mexico throughout your career, and you've been a leading voice on improving North American trade integration. Obviously, there's a lot of pressing trade-related challenges today, that we're seeing at the border today. How do you think Congress should respond? What about dialogue with your Mexican counterparts? Is there open dialogue, particularly when there's system failures and long queues and even staffing on the Mexican side? Is there that dialogue? And if not, should we have it?
Okay, the answer is right now there is not that dialogue nearly to the level that we should be. We all have individual relationships, myself included. There is a Mexican senator based in Phoenix representing Mexicans who are living in the United States. That was a change they made, so I have a chance to regularly interact with her. But no, of course, right now the relations are not strong. So much of it is gone, in terms of social media activity on going back and forth between our president and President Sheinbaum, which in some ways trying to one-up each other or win the social media battle, et cetera. But in terms of what you just described, the practical things that need to be discussed, as was discussed in the opening comments, we have so much to do. Obviously, inner issues as it relates to drug trafficking, et cetera, we need to be in constant dialogue, not just at the federal level, but the bill that I was able to lead on was to promote subnational cooperation, state to state, city to city, nonprofit to nonprofit, even faith group to faith group, all dealing with the issue of both the law enforcement side and the demand side of substance abuse. That's something we need to be talking about. Water, as was discussed. In Arizona, we are in a 20+ year drought. We owe Mexico some water. Mexico owes Texas some water on down the way. These are very difficult issues, and the only way we're going to overcome it is by regular dialogue. We are going to be asking our friends in Mexico to be part of the solution to the Colorado River drought issues. We're all going to have to sacrifice, and we're going to have to reach across the border and ask our friends in Mexico to sacrifice as well so we can save the Colorado River. Those are delicate discussions and conversations. We need to give out the business of going, and slapping 25% tariffs ain't helping when we're going to ask them to sacrifice on water. We have to take a more comprehensive view.
Congressman?
Yeah, I think that dialogue, I've noticed this year it's been a little quiet with the Mexicanos on it. We did hear from them when I think the big beautiful bill had a tax on remittances. And so we heard from them on that. I don't think we need to tax that. I mean, it's a big generator for making sure Mexico stays strong and prosperous. We've heard from some individual legislators, I have, just like you have also, on it. But it's one of those things that we just got to have that constant communication for so many reasons on that.
By the way, since we're here with the Border Alliance, I should also mention, it also didn't help that the Department of Commerce made the wrong decision on the tomato suspension agreement as well.
Yeah, we heard a lot on the tomato. And I see
It's only been around for 30 years.
we had dinner the other day with some folks, and I was asking about business. And this individual has businesses in the northern and the southern area. So I said, how's it going? How's business coming? His particular area. And he said, well, in the south, we've lost that because Mexicanos are a little scared, because of what's going on. In the northern area, the Canadians are coming in because they're angry, being called the 51st state. So it's interesting on the business part of that particular business. It's dropped down a lot along the border for similar reasons in a way. Mexicanos coming over, Canadians not coming over, Mexicanos not enough coming in. So it's challenging, but like anything, it's a storm. It's going to clear up somewhere down the line, hopefully soon.
Yes, you mentioned that the 3.5% remittance tax, it may be targeted to small individuals, but it could really expand, and it could be companies that are investing. It could be companies that are sending back funds to other countries, not just Mexico, obviously. And it could also be the U.S. debt, foreigners that own U.S. debt that want to cash in and send those funds back to their country of origin, and that would obviously be horrible. So we're on cue with that. It should be eliminated. Congressman Cuellar, you talked right now about and alluded to the smart border, one that enhances both security and economic competitiveness by leveraging technology. But what can Congress, or what should Congress do to make that a reality?
Technology is going to play a very important role in making sure we look at risk assessment, because the old days, I remember the old days, they would open up a trailer or do the full inspection. Those days are gone. We got to use risk assessment a lot more, so technology, AI can come in. I know in the appropriations, we funded certain areas, not only from defense to our intelligence folks and other folks, communities, where we're putting funding on AI. I know in Homeland, you'll see different areas on AI to use that also. So there is a lot of not only the hardware, but the software or the AI that's going to be used a lot more in not only the border, but in other agencies.
Yeah, I think Danny Rios mentioned there's test cases for 100% of trucks that are being x-rayed and but the technology goes above and beyond that. So should Congress allocate funds? Should Congress, what can you do?
No, and we have allocated monies, and look, the big beautiful bill has about $46 billion for border wall / other things, which includes river roads. We need river roads. We need to get rid of the Carrizo cane. I was talking to somebody at the White House the other day about Carrizo cane, and they were making fun of them because the other folks that didn't understand Carrizo cane, they were asking this person for the White House, are you in the landscaping business? Why are we talking about this thing, landscaping? The Carrizo cane. So and technology is important between ports, but it's very important at the ports of entry. The new technology that we have is incredible. The non-intrusive technology where now you can move, the driver doesn't have to get out. So that keeps moving. From the old days, it has changed so much, but it's not only the ports of entry. And again, I'll go back to Laredo. If you look at the checkpoint, the Border Patrol checkpoint, Charlie 29, you see problems there. Because in many ways, Border Patrol is where CBP was 20 years in many ways behind. So we got to have that technology. I know there's some constitutional questions what you can do, but there is technology that has to be used instead of using the way we're doing things right now. So the other problem that we have is we do add a lot of money for technology, but the problem is sometimes it's the footprints that I talked about that the old bridges don't have, but it's also the procurement and there's times where we talk to vendors and they're waiting and waiting. The money's been appropriated. We just got to learn how to move faster. And the other thing we need to do also with any vendors, I don't know if there's any vendors here, but darn it, we got to use what we do in Texas on budget and on time. We had a river road in Laredo where I added, I don't know what it was, $39 million to do a river road. And then CBP and the contractors got into a fight because they wanted more money. I said, you're not building I-35, it's a river road. And that's what happens a lot of time. They get a contract. The moment they get a contract, they raise the prices, they bring up inflation, they bring up everything. So we got to do a lot of that technology has to be on budget and on time so we can move faster.
I'm a recovering mayor, so change orders were the bane of every mayor's existence. I just want to add, though, all these technology improvements, we're on the same page, and it's really awesome. But technology improvements will never be a substitute for human beings. And the good work that the Border Patrol does, and included in the appropriations budgets, are a significant increase in the number of and trying to improve the quality of life and pay, and paying people bonuses in order to join, et cetera, maybe giving them people who work in the roughest conditions, paying them a little bit more, being smart HR policies as it relates to people who choose to work at the Border Patrol who serve the American people in that regard. I want to make sure that that all the technological improvements are great, but not a substitute for human capital.
Well, if you look at my legislative wins that will come out in the Homeland Appropriation Bill, you'll see a lot of money for wellness, for retention, for Border Patrol, and OFO. So there's a lot of money in there. We've had monies there to hire 22,000 Border Patrol. But at one time, we were losing more Border Patrol than we were hiring Border Patrol. Because as you mentioned, for Border Patrol, it's hard. If you're single, you're out there in the middle of nowhere, you're saying, what am I doing here? If you're married, you got kids, you're saying, well, I wonder if this is the best school for my kids there. So it's very, very, very hard. So it's money not only for the men and women in blue, but it's also the money also for the men and women in, for green, but it's also for the men and women in blue. There's a lot of funding. You're going to like what we're doing in appropriations. There's a lot of things that we're doing there for our uniformed folks on that. And we started an idea from, remember David Higgerson in Laredo? And he came up with an idea. He says, why do we have the agents from Border Patrol and OFO? Remember, OFO was out there at the migrant centers. They shouldn't be changing diapers or making food for migrants. That should be somebody. So we added the support staff. and support staff for the men and women in green and the men and women in blue is extremely important. So our agents can be out in the field or they can be at the, checking the trailers coming in.
Unfortunately, some of our agents are getting older and ready to retire, and then we're not filling those positions quickly enough. But absolutely, the funding is important. And for those of you that aren't from Texas, Congressman Cuellar mentioned Carrizo cane and salt cedar. What is that? That's what's grown along the Rio Grande, and it also affects water because salt cedar
No doubt.
sucks up water like. So yeah, and those, while the question was about technology, we've got to go back to basics as well. And clearing the Rio Grande, adding river roads, and in the case of Arizona and California, it would be roads that along that the border line in order to patrol and have a clear line of sight.
So I've added money, but it's hard to convince my fellow to put more money on it. I've added millions of dollars. So I think I got a secret plan next time. If they don't want to follow me on Carrizo cane, I'm gonna say chorizo and huevo. Maybe they'll follow me on that one.
So maybe so. Well, we've talked a little bit at.
I think a better strategy is just to give you a gavel in the majority. That's probably a better strategy to be effective in that regard.
Well, we've concentrated a little bit on Texas. How about Congressman Stanton? I'd like to welcome your thoughts on the question.
And on that, we're talking about Arizona, go Arizona. I gotta leave because my staff, we gotta go. We got ag appropriations, and then tomorrow we have homeland appropriations and defense appropriations. So we gotta finish ag appropriations today. Good things there also for the border on the specialist, the ag specialists. We try to get them to put more funding there also. So I just want to say thank you. Muchas gracias. Good seeing you again. And I got to go back and tell the other appropriators I did show up today.
Congressman Cuellar, thank you very much.
Okay. I got to have the two ambassadors here with me. Oh, wait, Carla. Why don't we start looking this way and then here, otherwise. You're a professional.
You already want more?
One last question.
All right, now that Henry's gone, can we do another picture?
He acts like a new king, right? I mentioned the Arizona specific. Now, your thoughts on the question of improved infrastructure at the port level. But I know you're a longtime believer of strengthening the Arizona, Sonora, and Arizona, Mexico relationship. But give us your thoughts on how that resonates with Arizonans. What are Arizonans' thoughts and views of the relationship with Mexico and the importance of Mexico to Arizona?
So this is in Arizona politics, this is frankly a fault line. Is our proximity to Mexico, therefore the diverse population that we're, I believe, of course, lucky enough to have in Arizona, is that a strategic advantage or a disadvantage? In so many ways, that kind of decides what side of the aisle you are on. If you view the growing diversity in our population as a wonderful thing that is going to benefit us and as an economic, strategic, and human capital advantage in the growing, hopefully growing international trade as a bigger part of the Arizona economy, or is our proximity to the border something to be feared? And obviously, I've tried to build my career on making the case that our proximity to Mexico is a massive strategic advantage for us in Arizona. Number one, it provides us a diverse population, and that diversity is a younger population. Our Latino residents tend to be younger. They tend to be more bilingual. They tend to have more relationships, either family, friends, or business in Mexico, Central, and Latin America. Our Latino population in Arizona tends to be more entrepreneurial. If you look at any study of small business and startups in Arizona, I mean, by far, the number of business startups are from Latino business owners, particularly Latina business owners. That's actually the fastest growing. So it is, and obviously the future of our economy is small business and growing those small businesses. And so you put it all together, that human capital that we have is a massive strategic advantage if international trade is going to continue to be an increasingly important part of the American economy. But we got to get this relationship right. And I mean, the honest truth is it's a relationship, I'm not saying crisis, maybe too far, but it is a relationship in trouble if we don't get a greater appreciation for how important it is. You know, the recent decision to kind of militarize the border, I just think, in my opinion, totally unnecessary and sends all the wrong messages about the importance of building a closer relationship with Mexico. We know, for example, in Arizona, we are the leading location for semiconductor manufacturing in the entire United States of America. Our friends from Taiwan, TSMC, just announced another $100 billion of investment. The president believes that his tariff policy is the reason why they made that announcement. We tend to believe that they made the announcement because of geopolitical reasons, but also because we had made smart investments in the CHIPS and Science Act. Not the magic of the CHIPS and Science Act wasn't the subsidies that the president is so critical of and wants to remove. The secret sauce of the CHIPS and Science Act is the science, making sure that we are investing in basic science so that we're leading from a technological perspective, and the workforce development that goes on, the number of employees. We need Mexico. We need to improve nearshoring in Mexico because we can have secure supply chains in the United States, not worrying about, as Henry talked about, Chinese involvement in that most important supply chain for industry and for our military technological advantages. That we need Mexico to do this. We can't do it alone. All of that's not going to come to the United States, and having a partnership with Mexico and Canada gives us such a big advantage, and we're missing it right now. We're missing this golden moment.
Yeah, it's absolutely music to our ears, and that cooperation should continue. And we certainly appreciate your time, and we appreciate sharing your thoughts.
I have one more thought, and then I'll take off.
Also, your efforts and bipartisan efforts as well.
Of course, yeah.
So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I made some partisan comments today, but believe it or not, I'm ranked as one of the most bipartisan members of Congress, as is Henry Cuellar. We're kind of by your nature, but we have to call balls and strikes as we see them. Since we're playing baseball tonight, I'll use a baseball analogy.
That's right.
And right now, it's a highly partisanized environment. And, you know, I feel like the administration is really sticking a fork in people's eyes by militarizing what's happening in California. This is a really rough time. But the president, I have been a critic of him today, but I'm going to not take it up one more level, because one of the dumbest things he did and his administration has done is to decimate the Mexico Institute at the Wilson Center. And that was one of the best think tanks, and basically everything I've said here today, I stole from them and their ideas. I'm basically mimicking their lines because it's really good writing, and it's very much appreciated. Leila, thank you for your leadership. And I know you've somewhat found a home so you can continue very important work. But to make no mistake, your work is very important for good policy making in Congress. So thank you for what you do.
So plagiarism is the highest form of flattery, of course, right? So we thank you. We also, our next panel will be Ed Guillaumin with Constellation Brands. Thank you, Congressman, for joining us. Yes, Edgar Guillaumin. I think we forge ahead, correct? Yeah, we forge ahead.
One more. Okay, we have Tanya. Hello. Tanya. Stella. Muy bien. Bienvenido. They're ready. Okay, falta. We're missing one. We can remove one too. Yeah, sure. Déjalo. Okay. I'll leave you with a- Aquí les dejo un micrófono. We want to do one on one. Is that?
Right.
Thank you. There we go.
Right. Yes, that is probably.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I think it's going to be a great panel today. Thank you very much again, Lila, for hosting us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Britton, for all the effort on coordinating this event, which is I think that the timing is just perfect, right? And we have a great panel here today. And the idea is in the first round, they're gonna give us a broader and more context on the challenges that they are facing on a daily basis in the U.S. Mexico border and U.S. Mexico relationship, not only in trading, but in the geopolitical arena. And in the second round, they are gonna bring some ideas of how the stakeholders should address those challenges. Let me introduce the panel here first. We have Margaret Major. She's Senior Advisor, Asia and Latin America Program here in the dialogue. Thank you very much for joining us. We have Gonzalo Escribano, Head of Public Policy and Smart Shoring from BBVA, Mexico. very much. Skip Hulett is Chief Legal Officer, Natural Suite. We have Tanya Silkent, Executive Director for Strategy, Innovation, and Customer Care for Global Purchasing and Supply Chain, General Motors. And my dear friend, Alma Caballero, Managing Director, Northern Latin America, McClarty Associates. Let's start. And I would like to start with you, Margaret. And I think that would be so interesting to hear from you. In the light of the accelerating global realignment and this geographic reconfiguration in this year, what are the most critical implications for North America cooperation?
So yeah, I mean, it's a terrific and very challenging question. So I think I tend to look at this relationship often through the lens of Chinese engagement, just given our focus here on understanding the extent of China's involvement in the Latin American context broadly, not just in Mexico, right, and developments in China and the U.S.-China relationship that will impact the extent of Chinese engagement across the board. And what I'm seeing, and I mean, just as a bit of a scene setter, right, perhaps for follow-on discussion on the nature of the cross-border relationship, are a couple of things that, again, resonate across the region. One, on the China side, are a handful of important trends. We are no longer in an era in which sort of large-scale infrastructure dominates the China-Latin America landscape. We are not in Belt and Road Initiative 2015. We are in a new phase, right, in the China-Latin America dynamic in which we're seeing more or less three things happening. We're seeing a tapering of overall economic engagement, right? That does not include in the trade realm. Trade continues to grow and continues to be a major factor in Mexico and elsewhere, right, in terms of Chinese engagement. But we're seeing a slowing in investment in general, both in terms of mergers and acquisitions and greenfield. We're seeing a slowing in finance, especially sovereign lending to the region, which was something that underpinned the relationship for many years. And at the same time, we're seeing a focusing of attention on a handful of sectors that China deems critically important to its own economic development. China has called these new infrastructure, right? These are largely innovation-related areas of engagement, and we see a lot of interest in investment in these sectors, including in Mexico and across the region. So this is happening, this sort of shift in Chinese focus, this tapering in the degree and the amount of Chinese activity is happening at a moment when we're seeing also a very different approach on the part of the United States. And again, I consider this, a different regional approach, not just as concerns Mexico. The U.S. has been very narrowly focused on a handful of issues in the region, absent a broader hemispheric strategy. Immigration or migration, factors very heavily in this agenda, of course, so does China. But what we're seeing now is a very different view of the way to handle that here in Washington. What used to be a view of engagement with sort of through an economic security lens, looking to compete with China across sectors in which China is growing and dominating, and thinking critically and holistically about how to achieve that. What we're seeing these days is more of an effort to focus on those handful of projects and issues that the U.S. views as challenging, really from a national security perspective, with a view toward a future military contingency with China. It's a very different overall view of and lens through which to view what's happening in the China-Latin America dynamic. At the same time, there's been a real focus, as we all know, on trade, whether through the imposition of tariffs or as we move into the review of the USMCA and what that will mean for the broader North American dynamic. And so how do we view all of this together, right? I think certainly, if we look at it from the Latin American perspective, there's a real frustration and lack of understanding about how to proceed, which has precipitated, in many cases, and I think this includes Mexico, although we're seeing it more often in the South American context, an interest in diversification of partnerships, of moving on beyond China, of moving beyond the United States, right, to really try to forge stronger partnerships with a wider range of countries. In South America, this is often with Southeast Asia, right? We see this in Mexico too. A concentration and re-emphasis, right, on longstanding ties to Korea and Japan. These have been, upheld as critically important. They have been for many years, but there's more of a concerted effort to engage to make sure that these ties are strong and to be able to rely more extensively on a wider range of partners looking ahead. In the Mexican context in particular, this triangular dynamic, this U.S., China, Mexico dynamic resonates quite considerably. And so also it's a matter, I think, as we think about all of the other things we're going to talk about on this panel, of thinking about the different sides of this triangle and how all of them are evolving, because we really can't look at the triangle holistically without understanding developments on each of its three sides. So U.S., China, right, this is something that's ever evolving. The trade negotiations continue to be underway and are something that will need to be tracked very carefully alongside other developments in the tenor and quality of that relationship. And certainly Mexico features even in those trade dynamics, as fentanyl resonates very prominently, right, in the messaging that is being communicated by the U.S. government to Chinese officials. On the U.S. Mexico side, of course, we're going to talk extensively about that. We already have, but there are a number of issues of potential challenges, right, that we're going to have to navigate. And I'm not going to go into that because there are others that will touch on these things. And then Mexico, China has been really interesting to try and understand of late. What I perceive, and it would be interesting to hear what my fellow panelists have to say and what you all think in the audience too, since there are so many folks here with very good sense of what's happening on the ground. But on the Mexico-China side, what I've seen from China, at least, is more engagement, right, in certain sectors as Chinese companies look to ensure that they retain access to the U.S. market to some degree. There is also investment in other areas, right, in Mexico that are consistent with China's priorities in innovation-related sectors. More announcements than actual operational projects in general, but a lot of activity. What I do anticipate, however, is something of a standing down or a laying low on the part of China in the coming months as I think all parties look to understand how this relationship and how the review in particular will proceed. Chinese companies located in Mexico, right, are also heavily dependent on the outcomes of these negotiations. That's not to say that we won't see more engagement, right? Just not of the sort that perhaps we saw under López Obrador, where there was substantial support for wide-ranging, high-profile projects that he had really put forth and supported during that particular administration. So a bit of background information, a bit of context, and hopefully that's useful in framing this discussion.
Thank you very much, Margaret. And certainly it's going to be a long road. And Gonzalo, we have seen a lot of, volatility around the market and investors. How are the financial actors and institutions adapting to this, their investment strategies in this context in U.S. and Mexico, given all the turbulence that we have seen?
Thank you, Edgar. Let me start by thanking Lila for having us here and tell you a bit of a personal story, because I think it will answer your question. BBVA, as many of you know, is Mexico's largest bank. And it only has a very small presence in the US. So why are we here today, you may ask? And why am I director of public policy and smart shoring, it's a weird combination. But it is the answer to your question. Basically, what we are thinking, at least at BBVA, is that we cannot think about the world in the way we were thinking about it before, I guess, maybe the last couple of years. We have understood that there is a need, mainly for our clients, to provide them with not only banking services and financial services as you would understand them normally, but also with intelligence, also with data and an understanding of the region where we're trying to become a dominant actor in the financial sector. And that's why we have decided, for example, to join the Mexico program, be part of the board, and be involved in these conversations. 'Cause we need to understand that in order to serve our clients better, in order to have that information, in order to have that data. I cannot, of course, Edgar, talk about the whole financial industry in Mexico, but I can certainly tell you that's BBVA's commitment. And that's also why we kind of have moved forward from the nearshoring agenda to this idea of smart shoring as well. What we're trying to do is we're trying to, and this was not something we knew from the beginning. It's something we have discovered mainly by the amazing work that our research team does in Mexico. We have understood that the kind of, let me call them old concepts of supply chains and kind of like a linear way of understanding the economic integration of North America is no longer the best way to understand that. We've come to understand that we have networks, very strong networks around the border that don't care about the border at all, actually, and that can be disturbed if you move just one piece in Texas. That will completely disturb the economy of Nuevo León, for example. And the same happens if you do the other way around. And there's also ways to optimize those networks. And at BBVA, we're understanding North America as a powerhouse that is competing in a global environment that you very well described as uncertain and volatile. We certainly believe that there is, and this is beyond politics, there is no way for the North American partners to compete independently one from the other. They need to go together, and Mexico has a lot to offer. That's where we're playing right now. The young and everyday more skilled population that Mexico has, the market that it represents, it's just, it doesn't make sense to think of Mexico alone, of the US alone. It makes sense to think of North America. And that's what we are understanding, that's what we are telling our clients, and that's where we're shooting our shots. We've opened a new office in Houston, for example, within my smart shoring unit to basically support our clients in the US, but also to talk about US companies who are looking to the Mexican market to build those networks, not only for them to become our clients, which of course is a key KPI for us, but just to make sure that conversation and that integration happens. And that's kind of the commitment we have at the moment, and that's how we see we can actually navigate, but not only navigate, win in a context of global competition as the one we have right now.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's always opportunities, right? When we have all these changes, and let's talk about. I think this is a great business case. Skip, yesterday on the board meeting, we talked about tomato. Tomato has been the top of the U.S. Mexico trade conversations, and you describe the difference between anti-dumping duties and tariffs. And I think that would be great if you give us more light on what is happening with the tomato, and what the difference between those two concepts, and why is always the tomato in the center of the discussion?
Boy, if I could answer that question, you know, I guess that's a lot more serious than whether it's a fruit or a vegetable, right? Just to provide a little bit of context, Nature Sweet, we're a Texas company, U.S. company. We grow tomatoes. We have 12 facilities. 11 of them are across various parts of Mexico, where we're vertically integrated, which is sort of unique in our industry, that we own the facilities. We have 10,000 farm workers that are directly employed by us. We started with the purpose of transforming lives of agricultural workers throughout North America. So they give you some context, and obviously trade is critical for us. And so you're asking about the tomato suspension agreement, which is triggering the anti-dumping duties, which, so what I'll do is go back and, it's a trade agreement that's been going on in one form or another for 30 years, 3 decades. In the environment that we're in now, the Florida Tomato Exchange, who represents really only a handful of tomato growers, but they have all of the political influence right now. And they have decided that that this trade agreement no longer works. So what they're doing is asking Commerce to terminate this suspension agreement. It's called a tomato suspension agreement, which suspends the duties that were imposed back in 1996. So all of this is built around an investigation for dumping that took place in 1995 and 96. Nature Sweet was just getting started with a 5-acre facility in Devine, Texas at that point, through Desert Glory and now Nature Sweet. Well, fast forward 30 years, we are now dealing with dumping that took place in 1995 and 96. That's the duty rate that's going to be imposed July the 14th, because Commerce decided to terminate this agreement, and that will automatically trigger the dumping. Now, the Florida tomato growers that are represented by the Florida Tomato Exchange, they still grow their tomatoes like they did in 1995, and actually like they did in 1950, right? And so we're dealing with a different product, because you can imagine in 30 years how much the industry has changed. Greenhouse revolution came to North America in the mid-90s. Because we had a purpose of transforming lives of agricultural workers, in order to do that, you have to provide year-round jobs to truly do that. So you do that by having controlled environment agriculture in a climate that allows you to grow year-round in moderate climate. And even in greenhouse technology, you can use mid-tech greenhouses, so you don't have all the energy costs, the heating, the cooling, the lighting, the expenses of all of that. So it makes sense. So us and other companies have invested millions and millions of dollars in innovation and greenhouse technology, and we have transformed the industry. And now we're going to be penalized for being innovative, which is, I think, a sad commentary. So that kind of gives you some background. The reason this is so concerning is because it is going to destroy the tomato industry in the U.S. It has that potential. Why? Well, yeah, it's 17% tax, which is what Florida's Tomato Exchange has decided they want, which, by the way, is not going to solve their problem, because they're still going to grow the mature green, what I say, big green tomatoes. They pick green and they gas them to turn them red off the vine, and they have no flavor. So you end up with a big, juicy, flavorless tomato. This is not going to solve that problem, because they have chosen not to invest in controlled environment agriculture. And even if they started today, it would take decades and decades and billions of dollars. So now we're set with getting into this, what I call this vortex you can't get out of, based on dumping that took place in the 90s. And after 12 months, this is much worse than a general tariff. I would much rather be dealing with a general tariff because you know what that is, you know what it's going to be. With the anti-dumping duties, after 12 months, they will select a few companies, they'll handpick them, and they almost always find higher duties. So what'll happen is this process will take about 18 months to 2 years. All this time, you continue paying the 17% tomato tax, is what I call it. And then when that gets finalized, let's say it's 30%, then you have to, as all the companies that weren't investigated, they're subject to the all others duty rate, which is the average, which is what the 17% currently represents. Now it's set at 30%. It took 2 years. You have to look back and pay the difference, all that for that 2-year period on top of the 17%. And then you also have not only pay the difference, but you also have to start paying the 30%. Well, you can imagine the uncertainty that that brings to a business like ours. And as a result of that, the sureties, the bonds that you're required to put in place on July 14th, because they're high risk, because you can imagine after 2 years and you have this look back period, a lot of companies aren't going to be able to pay that. And who gets left with that? The surety companies. So it's a high risk bond, which means you have to have collateral, you have to letters of credit. So how many companies are going to be able to comply with that? So you're going to end up with a shortage. So the prices are not only going to go up because of the 17% tax, but then you're going to have a shortage. And because some growers will either choose to grow peppers or something else, or they just won't be able to post the surety bond. So it's a little known. I mean, a lot of people don't even realize this. I would say even in the industry, I'm not sure everybody realizes just how devastating this is going to be to the industry. And yeah, it's only tomatoes. But look, 70% of the tomatoes consumed in the U.S. by the consumer come from Mexico. Because Mexico, because of their climate, Mexico's blessed with moderate climate year round. They taste better because they're vine ripened. 70, and as a Texas A&M report just came out, $8.3 billion is the economic activity just around tomatoes alone, fresh tomatoes from Mexico. Oh, almost 50,000 jobs just on tomatoes from Mexico. So there's a lot at stake. So I hope that helps, but a lot of people don't even realize, they just think tariff, it's all the same, and that's just not the case.
Thank you very much. And it's so fascinating when you see all these components around one single product. And let's move from fresh products to automotive products. And just today, talking with Tanya, the automotive industry stands on the intersection of so many critical supply chains, right? You name it, steel, aluminum, chips, and a pretty large list. And it's also been in the center of the discussions, right? How GM is managing this situation with several manufacturing facilities across the world, with, I guess, hundreds of thousands of suppliers across the globe. How you are managing all this situation?
Thanks, Edgar. Great question. It's fascinating to learn about the tomatoes, though. It's amazing how deep each of our kind of economic activities kind of is embedded in the economies that we participate in. So General Motors, we have more than 100 final assembly plants that are manufacturing full vehicles, as well as engines, transmissions, et cetera, the bulk of which are here in the US and in the North American region. And just to kind of help set the stage for the nature of the supply chain that we deal with, and therefore what the extent of the opportunities or challenges are. We were talking about this yesterday, Edgar. If you take a single component, you really have to kind of understand how it layers down sometimes 6 to 8 layers of a supply chain for that one component to come together. And that's before it even shows up at an assembly plant to be assembled into an engine, transmission, or vehicle. And those supply chains are very, very deep. They are global, and there are some vulnerabilities and dependencies within that supply chain. And the only way really to be able to handle new requirements, geopolitics, et cetera, is to know that full supply chain in its entirety. So I often talk about needing to know the mine, the farm, the forest that something originated at before it went through 6 or 8 layers of processing by different economic actors in different geographies before it shows up at our assembly plant. And so one way that we have been able to kind of make sure that we're handling the current environment, the changes, and the shifting trade landscape is relying on a product that we've created that we call Supply Map. And we've mapped our supply chains as deep as we possibly can, and we continue to do so. That is like a moment by moment activity to get to the level of depth to understand where your tier N supplier is coming from. What is that vulnerability? Heavy rare earths and permanent magnets are a great example of that. These are in many different parts of the vehicle. And yes, they are dependent. We globally as an industry and many other industries are dependent on one geography. And so by identifying those sorts of vulnerabilities, we have been able to get ahead of even the current crisis with the permanent magnets and the rare earths. We've been out there, there's some publicly available information about investments that GM has made in rare earths mines and processing of heavy rare earths all the way up to permanent magnets, because we could kind of look ahead and see where we needed to focus within that very deep supply chain well ahead of the actual crises showing up, just by recognizing the level of dependence and just by looking at the concentration risks that we have in different parts of the vehicle. So that level of transparency and really equipping ourselves with the ability to look deep down all the way to the sand has been critical. The other piece I'll emphasize is relationships. It feels like an odd one to point out, but we have, you mentioned it, hundreds of thousands of suppliers deep into the chains. And the only way that we can pivot quickly as a very large company that's operating at scale globally is to have very positive, constructive, collaborative relationships with that supply chain well ahead of when we need to lean on those relationships to say, here's a crisis that's coming at us or at you, and how do we start to equip ourselves to handle it? There's a index that is published out of Detroit. It's something the automotive OEMs watch carefully. It's a survey that happens annually of the supply chain of the automotive OEMs in terms of how we do with our relationships. How do we show up to our supply chain? And we pay a lot of attention to understanding what goes into that. And also we've built our own tools to be able to strategically engage with our supply chain, and we ask for feedback continuously about us as a customer. We want to be a customer of choice. We know that in this technologically advancing world with our products, we have to be at the cutting edge. We have to be leading in terms of what matters to people. And we can't do that unless our suppliers are bringing us that best, newest technology, their best people, and putting their A team on our forward-looking plans or the challenges that we might face. So we spend a lot of time building those relationships and making sure that our supply chain is healthy and thriving so that we can move forward together. And so those are kind of the key building blocks I'd point to.
Thank you, Tanya. And talking about relationships, Alma, you have like a unique perspective. given the work that you do with stakeholders in U.S. and Mexico, and you have been so involved in a series of conversations in many fronts. How do you see the relationship with all the stakeholders, not only officials, but trade organizations, think tanks, private sector, in this current situation?
Thank you very much, Edgar, for the question. Thank you for the panelists for being here, and Lila for the invitation, and for the team. Congratulations for finding a house in the dialogue, and I congratulate Rebecca and the team for welcoming the Mexico program and launching this at a very critical moment, Edgar. As you mentioned, and as Gonzalo mentioned, in terms of the reorganization of not only diplomatic but also trade ties and a regionalization of it. The era of globalization, it's over. It's a much more of a regionalization approach to trade, to relationships, and to the way that not only governments, but also the private sector is looking at the world. If I had to zoom out in terms of what I'm seeing, Edgar, going to your question, is that there's a profound lack of understanding of what Mexico represents to the US and what the US represents to Mexico. And that the border is often not well understood because it's extraordinarily difficult to understand it from Washington, DC, and from Mexico City. The only way to understand it is going there, living there, speaking to people there, traveling often, and understanding that it's a different ecosystem. It's a different way of engaging in language, in trade, in moving back and forth. I'm a proud daughter of the border, growing up in Mexicali, Baja California, and going to school in the US, going to ballet classes in Mexico, going to shopping in the US, and moving back and forth the border numerous times per day. That conception is so often not well understood. So I think first, a lack of understanding. That's what I'm seeing by various stakeholders, both in the private, in the public, and in the civil society and opinion leaders. So that's one. Also, the role that Mexico plays to the US. There's $1.6 million crossing the border every minute. So the interdependence that Mexico also plays to the US, being one of the largest trading partners to over 40 US states. It's a top 5 for 44 states in the US, is also often overlooked. And there's this misconception that China is using Mexico as a backdoor to get access to the US market. There's nothing wrong with China's investments in Mexico. So that is something that has to be well understood in terms of what China's role in Mexico is. It's not even in the top 10 foreign direct investors into Mexico, compared to the US that has over 40% of the foreign direct investments into Mexico. Also, what Mexico does to the US, over 80% of the Mexican GDP is based on manufacturing, and 40% of its exports, over 80% of its exports are headed to the United States. So also Mexico's allegiance in the commercial front will always be with the US, because you have a 2,000-mile border, 47 ports of entry that are going nowhere. So this option of whether we are good to Mexico or whether we're nice to Mexico is not even an option. It's a marriage that where divorce is not even an option. So let's be on the same page in terms of what Mexico and the US links means for trade, for people, for the relationship, and for the national security also of the United States. If I had to categorize the buckets of what defines the bilateral relationship, there are 3, and that's it. It's security, migration, and trade. If you're not able to understand that reality, then it's going to be very difficult to make an effective case of why the bilateral relationship is in the interest of the US and vice versa. On security, that is one of the buckets, if not the bucket that I see the most change in terms of increased cooperation between both governments. And that is very welcomed. In one day, you had 29 extraditions happening from this administration with the Sheinbaum administration, which was something that you had not seen in the past 6 years of the previous administration. That's one. You have the deployment of 10,000 troops to the northern border, now summing over 25,000 troops from Mexico along the U.S. Mexico border in terms of helping a greater coordination with the United States. You have greater coordination on intelligence. You have the Mexican Minister of Security and the security force in Mexico coming to Washington every other week. So that kind of cooperation and intelligence sharing and communication is one of the hardest shifts that I've seen for the positive. So I think that is one of the areas we're going to see greater cooperation. The second bucket, migration. You have had a very steep decline in apprehensions in the southern border by the United States. You have now around 11,000 per month, whereas last year you have over 150,000. So it is also a great message that Mexico should ensure to also highlight to the United States in terms of how effective cooperation and coordination can lead to the way that they manage the migration crisis in the U.S. And Mexico border. The third one is trade. You have the USMCA review process coming along, also understanding that it should not be a renegotiation, but a review, which will be very tough. It will be more like a renegotiation than a review. And also understanding how Mexico can be an ally in the United States to, one, understand the role of how to increase the North American content and exports. Two, the role that China plays into Mexico, what is actually happening and what is not. And three, this uncertainty surrounding tariffs announcements every other day is not helping anybody in terms of planning for new investments, in terms of operating in the border, in terms of making sure that you're trying to reshore those kind of operations that are critical to the United States back to North America, and how to embolden the North America case. I think that is an area of opportunity to make sure that you strengthen the commercial ties, that you strengthen the USMCA enforcement as well, and for both governments to have a channel of constant communication and of trust. You cannot have a friendship, a neighborhood that is safe and secure without trust. So that trust derives from a constant dialogue and understanding how both sides of the border view the border. You can often argue that Mexico sees the border much more through a fiscal lens, and the US sees it much more through a military lens. So having it from the base in terms of what it means from trade, from security, and from migration, I think that is something that will benefit not only the governments, but also those that are part of that dynamic border in a daily basis.
Thank you, Alma, and we are going to enter the second round, in which I would like you to give us some proposals. I guess the goal of the dialogue and the Border Trade Alliance is to bring ideas, proposals to stakeholders to move ahead the agenda. And let me stay with you, Alma. What kind of actionable items you will recommend to close the gap of this misunderstanding or misinformation around the North America ecosystem, including the borderline?
Yeah. So I'll stick to a very pragmatic kind of proposals. The first one is investing in critical infrastructure in the U.S. Mexico border. In 2016, you have $524 billion in trade in both countries. In 2024, that went up to $840 billion. It's a huge increase, but that increase has not been reflected in the infrastructure that you see in the U.S.-Mexico border to ensure that that increase in trade continues to be smooth. So there in particular, I think rail, particularly freight, is a huge area of opportunity. You have around 84% of trade that depends on trucking and the rest in rail. If you're able to ensure that there is a greater coordination in terms of rail infrastructure, President Sheinbaum mentioned doubling the amount of transportation on freight, I think that will be very welcomed. So that investment in rail, I think, is lacking. Another one is the significant delays in approving some of the IMEX programs. Usually that program in Mexico, which is, I'm sure everybody knows, is the Maquiladora program established in the early 2000s, allows companies to temporarily import raw materials and then transform them to enter duty-free to the US. Usually that has to take around 15 days for that approval process to happen. I've seen many companies had to undergo a process of 8 months for that EMIX approval. So that type of just of lack of processing and the delays that you're seeing are counterproductive to Mexico trying to ease the way of doing business and attracting greater investments into the country. So that's the second one. The third one is the implications of designating cartel organizations as foreign terrorist organizations. Because with that designation, then there are meaningful business implications that could be subject to criminal liability. So there, it's crucial for the Mexican and the US authorities to develop what a compliance guideline looks like for businesses to address these new risks within this new framework. Because it's not only a fact, I mean, of course, dealing with it is not limits, but your supply chain, your suppliers, if they deal with it, then you could also be liable for it. So making sure that there's actual guidelines of what the implications for this causes to business, I think is also something that should be addressed. And then finally, greater cooperation with the industry through associations and through companies in terms of the actual impact that tariff causes to the integration of North America. We've entered into a new reality of a very discretionary way of decision-making in both countries. So ensuring that there is a process by which also helps the USMC review to both governments in providing data and providing what are the red tapes and providing ideas to improve that, whether it's on the new screening mechanism or whether it's on what this customs union approach could look like, I think would be very welcomed. And it starts by both principals meeting. So I think the fact that Sheinbaum and Trump will be meeting at the margins of the G7 coming up this weekend is a great step forward. They've had 7 phone calls, but this would be the first time they meet in person. So I think that is something that is well received, and I think that opens the door for greater cooperation and actual engagement from multiple stakeholders in the process.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Alma. And Tanya, again, the industry that you have been involved for so many years, it's a good example of how components cross multiple times the border, right? In particular, in the U.S. Mexico border, how we can build a long-term resilient system, ecosystem, friendly for that kind of operations in a daily basis.
That's a great question, Edgar. And that's right. A lot of our components do cross the border 3 or 4 times before they get to finished goods status, before they can come either here to the US to be fitted or into some of our Mexico-based assembly plants. And that's just a matter of how we do business. Some of our plants are being supplied on an hour-to-hour basis across the border, both directions. So making that border even more seamless is something that we're very interested in. And so one thing I'd like to highlight is, again, back to USMCA. It's been a fantastic platform for us. We've been compliant to it from the start, and we've relied on the tools and the processes that enable the USMCA to function. And we're very interested in seeing it continue to grow as a fantastic platform for the region to lean into its particular competitive advantages that we have. I do see, we haven't mentioned the AI word, but AI is definitely something that is becoming a key enabler for efficiency and effectiveness across businesses. And I think that it has a role to play in how trade is enabled. So not just the supply chain visibility, but also, collaborating with the agencies that are involved in enforcing the regimes, the trade regimes that are appropriate for this region, that they emphasize those tools and platforms so that it becomes seamless for businesses to be able to enter into data-driven transactions that support the physical transaction flows that are happening. And then the last thing I'll say is that there is a tremendous need and room for us as an, kind of economy, a region, to think about automation, artificial intelligence, other ways to make ourselves even more competitive as a region. It's not just about lower cost labor and leveraging it, et cetera. We as a region really need to kind of step forward and recognize the competition globally and take it on. And the way to take that on is to lean into the technologies that we actually, quite frankly, have a dominant position in. And how are we using and harnessing those technologies to make ourselves regionally significantly more competitive, purely from a cost perspective, and just much, much smarter about how we set up our physical infrastructures and run them.
Thank you very much. And Skip, when we talk in terms of logistics, every single minute count, right? Particularly with perishable products. How we can build a more efficient, secure, and more sustainable process in the border to make sure that those products cross easily and don't lose value across the transportation and distribution process.
It's, there's a lot that could be said here, but I'll keep it short. But yeah, and I'm coming from the fresh produce world, so I'm gonna come from that perspective. And you're right, with perishables, time really is money. We need a system that respects the clock when it comes to perishable produce, and that's really, really important. So, one size doesn't fit all at the border, for sure. But, the faster we can get our tomatoes to the grocery store, the better. And I try, like I try to think of this in threes, right? For me, it comes down to three key items. One would be personnel. We certainly need enough inspectors at the border to make sure that we don't have bottlenecks, particularly with fresh produce. Perhaps more inspections at, like at the greenhouse facilities or the manufacturing facilities. That would speed up things. Process. I think about the, trusted grower expansion for qualified producers. Make programs like CT, PAT work faster, better, more efficiently. Those are critical. Maybe think about pre-cleared lanes for perishable goods, sort of a bi-national expressway managed by both the Mexico and the U.S. authorities on the U.S. and I'm focused on the U.S. Mexico border. I would say sort of an express lane for food that can't wait. So I think that would be important. And the third, I guess, leg on the stool would be obviously technology. We have lots of opportunities in this day of technology that continues to advance. The ports do not need to treat every load the same. They don't all have the same risk factor. I think it's really important that we use, blockchain, for example, to flag high-risk shipments. So the low-risk, trusted shipments can go through quickly. AI, real-time data, all of those things could be utilized to make the whole process much more efficient. And I would say, and this was alluded to earlier when the congressmen were here, but for fresh produce, especially on the southern border, we need to make sure that all of the ports that handle fresh produce are retrofitted with refrigerated inspections. When you use open air inspections for fresh produce, you're just inviting disaster, whether it's food safety, all kinds of things like that. So I think it's really, really critical that that be a priority so that we can protect the cold chain. That's really, really important.
Yeah, absolutely. The cold chain is so important to make sure you have the tomatoes and avocado for guacamole, and they can enjoy the Corona and Modelo together, right?
What's life without tomatoes and avocados, right?
Right.
And Corona.
Of course. Gonzalo, Alma touched the point of the border ecosystem, right? And which is critical in this North America integration. From your perspective, what we can do to really develop a zone in which we have economic prosperity and social equity that will help to keep this integration moving forward?
There? Yeah. I think we need to start by, I mean, I think Alma actually answered the question in the sense that we need to make sure that we keep going in the same direction in terms not only of the border, but economic integration in North America. And the keys here, of course, are have to do with the relation between the U.S. Government and the Mexican government that Alma described so well, and also the update of USMCA that should hopefully happen sooner rather than later and get that off the table so we can confirm this integration. Now, once we get there, of course, there are challenges. And I can talk about, for example, infrastructure on the Mexican side, and just along the border, but it goes deeper into Mexico. Mexico has a challenge there in order to be able, I believe, to meet the potential that it has for economic development and for it to really boost its ability to be seen as this critical partner. We at BBVA are very much committed in that and trying to support the decision-making progress in government, both at federal and state levels, to identify those priority infrastructure needs and projects that need to be developed. The World Cup is, funny enough, is a good excuse for that to move forward, and we are doing that, and we're supporting the government with that. We also need to close structural gaps in logistics, electricity, water access that are so important. And as I said, we're working on that. I think that is going to make a difference to Mexico to go to the next level if we work on that basis. Of course, the border region is so important, but we also need to understand that border as something that it integrates also to the south, where and I think Alma was very much on target when she said you cannot understand the border when you haven't been to the border. But also, I think many people in Mexico City and elsewhere would be very much surprised of how much things would change if that border is disrupted heavily and how their lives would be disturbed. They don't perhaps see it or perceive it or live it every day, but their lives are so much attached to what happens to the border that a major disruption would definitely affect their everyday life. There is that. There is, we must think, as I said, of shared supply chains, right? Not only national ones. I think Mexico anchors value chains that stretch from Canada, so from Ontario to Querétaro, and inputs, as Tanya mentioned as well, cross the border multiple times. Sectors such as transport equipment, basic metals, chemicals function as network hubs, and a disruption in one can ripple across dozens of subsectors. As I was mentioning before, that we can see that very clearly in the Texas Nuevo León integration. That's a perfect illustration of how they form such a cluster that is intertwined, and it's going to be actually very difficult to separate if someone wants to do that. It functions more like an industrial ecosystem than two separate jurisdictions. Actually, it's so market driven. It's very interesting. So identifying that, having all that information in order to make better decisions, I think that's going to be key. In a way, I think we didn't have that ability before, but with new technologies, AI and many others, now we can see that and we can make better decisions. And you mentioned as well, and for us at BVA, that's key, social inclusion through financial integration. So we do not believe any ecosystem will be sustainable without equity. And we are investing in digital tools to expand access to credit in the border, mostly for underserved communities. We need to place our focus there. This is something President Sheinbaum has mentioned many times, and where we have a strong commitment. From the Mexican side as well, Mexicans need to see the border and engaging with the U.S. as something that it goes back to them, you know, and so we need to include them in the include all of them into the benefits of the integration. That's another area where we think we can help, we can support. We need to see North America as a whole thing, and we haven't talked, of course, about you know the northern U.S. northern border, but that's also as important. So integration beyond borders, it matters. We need to think about Canada and how it plays with that as well. But we see that main challenge ahead is just to go through the update of USMCA, and from there, and hopefully before that as well, start thinking about how we make it deeper, how we make it stronger in the face of global competition.
Thank you very much. And Margaret, you gave us a great context on U.S., Mexico, and China, but in particular at the border, with this agenda to improve the competitiveness in the region, where do you see China? Do you see like there's gonna be a risk if there is Chinese investment in the region, or could be a trigger for better conditions?
I mean, that's a very complicated question, depending upon where we're talking about in the region. But let me talk about, the prospects for China engagement with China in the face of the USMCA review, which is, of course, imminent. And I think really this issue, in addition to a lot of the other issues that we've addressed today on the panel, have the tremendous possibility to hijack, or at least to complicate considerably, right, this review or renegotiation process, as Alma has pointed out, is more likely the case. And so I would agree entirely with Alma that it's critical that we get to the bottom of what's happening across the board. Data-driven analysis on Chinese engagement, certainly, but also on what's happening in the immigration realm and in wide-ranging other areas on trade. To really have a more nuanced understanding of the factors that are influencing, the U.S. Mexico dynamic, the USMCA, right, and that are likely to play a role in the future development and functioning of this critical agreement. Unfortunately, I think on the China side, right, and before I say this, let me make a shameless plug that here at the Inter-American Dialogue, we've been very fortunate over the past few months to do an analysis precisely on Chinese involvement, economic involvement in the auto manufacturing sector. And there we see some really interesting differences and parallel stories, right, emerging. There's an assembly story, there's a parts story, and there's a trade story, and they're all dramatically different. And so I'm going to put that out there so that you'll read this piece, because I think it's really, really quite interesting to demonstrate just how complex all of this is and what the implications, wide-ranging implications might be of the forms of Chinese engagement that we're seeing in Mexico specifically at this juncture. But my sense is that, U.S. perceptions of China using Mexico and the USMCA in particular as a backdoor to avoid tariffs is not one that's going to change all that dramatically, despite some of the data that may come forth, some of the analysis that we may be doing and others may be doing. I hope it will. I hope it will be informed by this. But if not, it will be absolutely incumbent upon Mexico, right, to evaluate the value of its relationship with China. Understanding trade and investment with China, understanding its impact, potential impact on the USMCA negotiations, but also the extent to which China does play a fundamental and critical role, right, in automobile and other supply chains across the board. This is just a global reality at this juncture. So measuring that, right, across all of these considerations, and then also understanding the extent to which China's engagement across industries, right, is impacting Mexican industrial prospects. This is something that a lot of countries have grappled with, not just in the Latin American region, but globally. Certainly, this is part of a Thailand story that has unfolded over the past few years. And so it will be really, really fundamental to do this analysis at the firm level, at the industry level, to understand degrees of competitiveness, the extent to which, for example, parts investment by Chinese parts companies, right, parts manufacturing investment by Chinese companies in the country across different states, right, is impacting the prospects for Mexican producers, all of these things, right, because as a whole, I think there is the real capacity for Chinese investment to have wide-ranging impacts, whether in terms of future negotiations with the United States or Mexico's own competitiveness, while still potentially providing some important opportunities from an economic perspective.
Thank you very much. Great panel. Thank you. I think all the insights so good. Thank you very much. Picture together.
Testing, testing.
You're honest.
Hello, everyone. We're getting ready for panel number 3.
Gracias.
Ya la acaba de modificar.
Ok, no te preocupes. Ahí te vas.
Please. Please, please, please.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Honestly,
How are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Well, this he is. How are you? Want to put this? There you go. Now you look good. Okay. So, I think we'll. Oh, no, I'll sit over here. We'll go through, let everybody make some initial remarks, and then hopefully we can have some back and forth about all this. Okay.
we can get going. Okay, here's the authority.
Yeah.
Okay, get your coffee and let's go. And let's just follow questions and go back and forth and add things. That sound okay? I'm sure you won't be for your be bold and signaling. I'd like to say something. Okay. All right. Now we're going to get into a discussion of how all these different compartments, as we were just talking about, in the trading relationship interact with each other and how we try to figure out what that interaction is. There's a whole lot that goes into this. And as you can see, we have 5 people sorting it out here. So it's a little indication of all the things that are happening between the two countries. They come together at the border region, but they connect so many other parts of both countries, and especially the capitals of both countries together. Once in a while, that distance between the capital and the border get in the way, which is why it's good that you're all here today and you can all share these perspectives. So I'm going to let everybody introduce themselves. I'll just say that we have a perspective with Sergio's going to share some thoughts from the Mexican business community more broadly, what they're looking at. Carlos is going to talk about the logistics, the forwarding agents, everybody that makes things cross the border. Doris is going to talk about migration and how migration policy, migration trends, all of that has a major effect of what's going on. Inigo is going to talk about the security aspect, all related to each other. And then finally, Gilberto is going to talk a little bit about how all this data interacts as we trade with each other, what it looks like. It ends up being a very complex relationship and makes us all think, I think, doubly about what we're doing. We think we understand what we're working on, and then we discover, well, we don't really understand what this is working on because we didn't see this aspect of it. It does come together at the border. It comes together in both capitals, and individuals need to figure that out. They need to talk to each other, and that's what we're going to explore today. We're going to hear first a little bit from everybody from the specific perspectives, and then we'll have a discussion where everybody can share sort of things that are important to them, and also if you would think about how you recognize that there is an impact on your colleagues and how these issues do reinforce each other, tear each other apart, and make a very complex relationship. So it's my pleasure to first ask Sergio Gomez Lora to talk a little bit about the perspective from the business community. He's been involved in this now for a little while and here in Washington. So why don't you start us off, Sergio?
Yeah, thank you so much, Tony, and thank you to Lila also for the invitation of being here today. My name is Sergio Gomez Lora. I head a consultancy firm called Icon Strategic Advisors, and one of the major projects we have here in DC is the representation of the Mexican private sector. The Business Coordinating Council and the major business organizations. And when I was invited to the panel and I was asked to discuss about the linkages of all these issues, I see Tony as the moderator. I can't avoid to think that in the days where Tony was an ambassador, these issues were dealt with in a very different way. I mean, we had compartments in the relationship. There was one compartment that was related to political issues and to migration and to drug trafficking, and a different one on trade. And I used to be a trade official a long time ago, and we were very careful not to mix them together. And this is no longer the case. Today, those compartments, in the best case, are all linked together. And the border between one and the other is very blurred. And I had a slide that I want to share with you. And this is the situation that Mexican business community is facing today with the Trump tariffs. And I think this is a very good example of how compartments no longer exist. So this is Mexico in the tariff world. So this pie wants to explain. First of all, I have to say that our government has done a pretty good job in the sense that the U.S. has 14 free trade agreements, and the only one that still exists with a lot of punches, harms, with a black eye, but still there, is the USMCA. Even partners, strategic partners such as Israel, have no longer a free trade agreement. They have tariffs all over the place. And in our case, for 78% of our exports to the US, if we are able to demonstrate that we comply with the rule of origin, we have free trade. We pay zero duty in the US market. The key element for my comment now is what happens on what does not comply with the rule of origin. But I will leave that to the end. For 22% of our exports, we are facing tariffs. We are facing 232 tariffs. National security is the argument. And for the products that do not comply with the rule of origin, we are paying 25% tariffs. And the rest of the world, as of Liberation Day and until now, are paying 10%. So we are paying a much more higher tariff in the goods that do not comply with the rule of origin. And there are several very important goods. There are cars that have their suspensions and their motors in Europe and come to Mexico and used to pay a 2.5% duty in the US, and now they pay 25, for example. And the reason of that 25 tariff is immigration and drug trafficking, these border issues. So no longer compartments. We have a specific tariff that is directly linked to the political agenda in the border. Yeah, we will see what's going on, but my point is this is a new world. This is a new discussion. We have no longer these compartments, and all the issues are linked. So the way we look at the border now, the way we look at our strategic actions to move forward, we have to take into account that this is a new world. That's my initial comment, Tony.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. It's really a pleasure for me to be here. I thank Ambassador Wen and Lila Abed for the invitation. I'm Carlos Martinez, President of ALFA, the Association of Logistics and Forward Agents in Laredo. I know Congressman Cuellar talks about of Laredo, but obviously Laredo is so important for the U.S. and Mexico relationship. We process 40% of the U.S. Mexico trade. That's quite a bit. That's a lot. And obviously we understand and we feel everything that happens on the border. And in that complexity, in that relationship, what we are looking right now is a different scenario. as Alma she previously said in the previous panel, and right now Sergio, we are in a different reality, and we have to accept that reality. And in this reality, if things are changing, imagine how the things that we do as customs brokers, as U.S. and Mexico customs brokers that are part of our community, we are changing a lot. A lot of us is changing in the way we do business, in the way we can process the cargo, the entry, in the way we can help importers and exporters around the border. And this is something that we have to share, because this new reality is facing us with the challenges that we're seeing in a different way between the U.S. side and the Mexican side. And what we're looking for. U.S. Customs has a tradition of being a national security oriented customs. The priority has always been national security, national security, national security. And right now, that is changing, because with the tariffs, that 22% Sergio talks that is subject to tariff, we're saying that right now, U.S. Customs is changing towards a tax collection, tax revenue, tariff complement oriented base. And it's a whole different game for them, not only for customs brokers, not only for the importers and exporters, also for CBP and for the authorities. The systems were not ready for that. And if you add that it's not in a new reality of certainty, that we are in an uncertain reality, a reality that is changing one day not. Twitter changed the percentage of the tariff 1 minute, and the other minute it changes. That's a whole game. That's a whole new game. As an example of what has changed in how the way we do business and the way we serve our the importers and exporters. For example, U.S. customs brokers right now, for an entry, they take 3 hours more to process the entry, just to be sure they're fulfilling correctly every entry. This is adding a lot of pressure, a lot of new costs to the supply chain, a lot of money, not only in time, but also in the people you need to operate our customs. And that is our new reality. That is something that we are facing right now at the border, that we're feeling in Laredo and in all the borders of Mexico and the US. And not only this, also Mexico is changing. Mexico right now is looking at the border not only as a tax collection opportunity, it always has been the policy oriented toward tax collection, but also right now they're enforcing more. They're trying to see if new procedures can work. They are making more complex the way we do business, the way we can process the cargoes, and this will also add a lot of pressure to the process. We expect by the end of this year a new customs law in Mexico. We expect this new law will increase the responsibility of the actors, of all the stakeholders, not only the customs brokers, but also of importers in Mexico. And these pressures, these new challenges, these new obstacles we're seeing, obviously will end up increasing the cost of doing business between the US and Mexico. That's a reality. Our supply chain right now is lower, it's increasing its costs, and it's not going in the direction of trade facilitation and border competitiveness that we always look for. The previous 30 years, the past 30 years, we have worked under those premises. We have to make our borders more flexible, more agile, more competitive, with less cost. That's what the way we have always worked. But right now, it's a whole different game. And that's the reality we're facing right now at the border.
Well, thank you, Tony, and nice to be here and see all of you. What I'm going to say really builds on what's already been said. So it's very clear that we are seeing major themes connecting in a very different way. Fascinating. So my task here is to talk a bit about the border, and I'm going to start by saying to you that the encounters, that's the term now, we would have said apprehensions years ago, but encounters at the border now, the U.S. Mexico border, are the lowest that they've been since the 1960s. So we're in a historically different period of time. And just to put some numbers to that, the number of encounters in April were 8,400 as compared to a year and a half before. The high point in December 2023 was 250,000. So coming from a high month of 250,000 down to 8,000, that is an absolutely, transformational change. You can also see it in the numbers coming out of the Darien Gap monitoring. In March, 200 through the Darien Gap. A year ago, 37,000 through the Darien Gap. So it's a very different situation, and President Trump can rightfully claim that he has fixed the border. But of course, these declines are a continuation of what had happened in the prior year, and a lot of what had happened during the prior year had to do with Mexico and U.S. Mexican cooperation that took years to cultivate, but that the Biden administration really focused on very heavily. After that high month, that 250,000 month, December of 2023, there was a Secretary of State level meeting. Mexico agreed to significantly ramp up its enforcement in Mexico. It did so. The first half of the year led to a 53% decline in the numbers of people crossing. Then the Biden administration put a new rule into place which substantially limited access to asylum. You had to ask for asylum through this CBP One app as compared to just coming across the border. So the bottom line was that by the end of 2024, by December of 2024, crossings had dropped by 81%, which of course has never happened historically. So, and that drop led to the fact and the point that still exists, which is that Mexico now does more apprehensions of migrants en route than the United States does. That changed very much the situation at the border. But the question then becomes the Trump administration's policies and the degree to which this can be sustained. We know that what the Biden administration worked on was a set of ideas that had to do with regional cooperation, and that was institutionalized in the LA Declaration. It depended on working collaboratively with other countries and in setting up these various programs that would channel the ways in which people could get into the country. And there were a series of special programs that made it possible for people to gain access, but only in under certain rules. Well, unfortunately, I won't editorialize, that strategy lost at the polls. And the Trump strategy won at the polls and was a very important aspect of the Trump victory. And Trump himself believes that his focus on the issue of illegal migration and immigration in general is what won him the election. And that is deeply embedded in the thinking of the president himself and in the new policies that we're seeing. So when Trump came into office, the first thing that he did was declare a national emergency at the border, this border that was now at lows not seen since 1960s. He sent in 10,000 active military troops to the U.S. Mexico border. That has never happened before. We've had National Guard, we've had support at the border from militaries, but not active duty military. He entirely shut down access to asylum, closed off all of the programs that had been in place before that made it possible for people to access through new rules. And then, getting to what you've just said, Sergio, put the threat of tariffs on the table. And so the threat of tariffs and the promise of mass deportations from inside of the United States really changed the equation, and it sets up an entirely different set of relationships with Mexico as well as with the rest of the region. So what we have now is a president that has mobilized a whole of government response to immigration issues, a whole of government effort at deterrence that is really now focused in on the mass deportations. And those mass deportations and the threat of tariffs have kept the cooperation from Mexico that had been in existence before. So there's a tremendous amount of deterrence going on in Mexico as an extension of the Trump policies. But the quiet border then allows for all of the resources and all of the attention to be focused on the interior of the United States and on this mass deportations initiative. And with this mass deportations initiative, there are not enough resources to actually deliver on the promise that Trump made of 1 million deportations in his first year in office. So what you're seeing is the promise of deporting only criminals and the promise of 1 million deportations, but needing new resources for that, so that the reconciliation bill, this big, beautiful bill that is now going through the Congress, much of the talk is about Medicaid and other social services benefits, but the price tag in that bill for ramping up immigration enforcement is tens of billions of dollars, way, way, way beyond the amounts of money that already are being devoted, which are exceptionally large. And so with the mass deportations and with the pressure for numbers and the inability of the current resources to actually deliver those numbers in a year, the pressure for numbers coming from the top of the government is extraordinary. And we've therefore seen a change of tactics beyond trying to remove criminals from the country to just racking up numbers. And that takes us to Los Angeles and to what's happened just in recent days, because the reaction in places where there are such heavy concentrations of foreign-born that are not criminals, but are here illegally, is a real shift. And what we are seeing, and now I'm going to get perhaps melodramatic, but given what we've seen, I'm not sure that this is overstating it, but I will make that disclaimer. What we are seeing now is what we've been seeing perhaps building, and that is that this president is using immigration issues as the tip of the spear for testing the range of authority that resides in the presidency. And we're way beyond issues of immigration at this point, just now in the last week or so. It's been happening before. It was happening with the foreign student issues attached to Harvard, et cetera. There have been other signs of it, but it is now really full blown. And so with these protests spreading, which they are spreading, we really have to ask ourselves, what inflection point are we at? And I am not sure. But there is one body of thought that we are at an inflection point where the president will move as quickly as he possibly can to invoking the Insurrection Act, which eliminates habeas corpus and which creates a situation of potential martial law around the country. Or we are at an inflection point where there is such overreach because of the nature of the immigration enforcement and the nature of the legal pushing of the envelope that we're seeing, that in fact it will lead to, and we all love this, a taco. Trump always chickens out. We do not know. It's the courts that are restraining him, and we will have to see what the courts do.
And Inigo, please share with us some of your perspective from the traditional security point of view.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tony. Thank you, Lila, for the invitation as well. Always a pleasure to be here at the Inter-American Dialogue. And well, I work at Janes, which is a defense consultancy. It's been around for 127 years. I've been around there for 126. Sometimes feels like it. But anyway, background is in national security in Mexico with the Mexican government, and before that at the state level law enforcement. So let's say I've got a multi-domain approach to security in that regard. I think when we look at the border, our initial thought is to just think of the land border between the US and Mexico, and maybe even go a little bit deeper and think of a 100-kilometer strip on either side of this very large subculture known as Mex-America in some cases. But the border is so much more than that, right? It's really a multi-domain environment. We've got a maritime border. There's a space dimension as well. There's a cyber dimension. And when we look at the border as well, we now see tunnels throughout the border as well, attempts to create some sort of wall, which worked really, really well back in the 6th century, but is completely obsolete at this point. So looking at it and hearing my fellow presenters, my fellow panelists here, I agree that it's really concerning to see how a misplaced tweet or X or whatever it's called this week can really have such an effect on the lives of so many people. So if we want to fight that, if we want to counter that, and we want to build a really thriving, secure, surveilled, monitored, defended, protected border, we need to start to build this up from the bottom up rather than from the top down. And that means a lot of interaction between local law enforcement, between local government as well. We need liaison officers on both sides of the border, liaison offices on both sides of the border that are fully funded in that regard. We've now seen the Mexican military really developed their internal security force with the National Guard. It's been 25 years in the making, pretty much. It's now at a point where it can take on a lot more of a CBP type role, as well as an ICE type role in some cases throughout the border. But the numbers are not there yet. And that's a force that's going to be continuing to develop. So we can see a real effort taking place there. Within other Mexican security institutions, the Mexican Navy is on its way to set up a Coast Guard type of agency as well, so that it can better patrol Mexico's maritime borders. That's going to be important. And we've seen also an evolution, a constant evolution, right? I call it the Mexican security mosaic, which sometimes can turn into a salad, really, of agencies that simply change names from one administration to the other, with the dramatic changes in leadership then impacting middle management, et cetera. So I think the effort is being placed on that regard. But if we really want to build a strong border infrastructure, it needs to come from the bottom up. From the Mexican perspective, Mexico also needs to define what it wants its partner to do in terms of securing Mexicans and securing Mexico from not just what flows out of Mexico, but what comes into Mexico as well. So that's going to need a lot of resources that I'm not really sure, looking at the budget, that the planners are taking into account. And I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Gilberto. You can add on to this and build on it, then we'll come back for all of us to offer some thoughts about it, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Laila, for inviting me to this conference, and also to inviting me as a non-resident fellow for the Mexico program. It's such an honor to do so. My name is Gilberto. I work as a chief economist at Atawil. It's a company that uses data for economic development and trade integration. So I prepared a few slides to talk about this. I agree a lot with what has been discussed, not only in this panel, but also in the previous panel. And the main point is that we used to think about and talk about the border as a point of crisis, right? Like we talk about that as in terms of security, in terms of migration, in terms of enforcement, when we are missing the bigger picture. And this is that the border is our most valuable infrastructure, right? That we have last year, $827 billion crossing the border, is roughly around 2.3 billion per day. Just think about that. It's more trade than the one that the US has with Japan, the UK, and Germany combined. So we have created a big economic engine, but we are working on it as with updated infrastructure, with updated regulation and customs, and with a perspective of conflict more than building things together. And this perspective is costing us. Just to have an idea of what fragility looks like and what is the consequences and the cost of this. If you remember in April 2022, the governor of Texas asked for additional review of trucks crossing the Texas-Mexico border, and that lasted for around 10 days. There have been several studies showing that for those 10 days, that this extra additional look at it, what the crossing of products between Mexico and the US cost to the economy was around $9 billion. So it's almost $1 billion per day that was added there. And if we see the concentration of ports that actually Carlos was talking before, as he mentioned, 40% of that trade comes from one single point of entry, which is Laredo. And if we do the math, which I did, we know that in one day, because of this policy from the state, there was a damage of $500 million per day just in the port of Laredo because of this disruption. And we're talking not about trade war. We're not talking about a pandemic. We're only talking about a state policy that was highly disruptive to value chains in just a few days. So when we look at what has been happening with the USMCA, as Guillermo was mentioning, it's what we see is that more and more companies are opting out from the USMCA, and mostly those companies are in Mexico. And the question is then why, right? And the answer is because it's becoming more complicated to comply with, for example, rules of origin. There's a lot of now trade that has been disrupted after that trade war between the US and China happened. Companies have adapted. And the thing is that we are moving with rules that they do not take into consideration how production actually works. So that agreement that we have to increase integration is not working in that way because of those rules are being an extra cost for companies, and even now more with the uncertainty, we are penalizing them. We're penalizing companies that are integrated instead of enabling them. Just to give you an example of this, right? Between 2019 and 2023, the number of the auto parts that cross the border outside the USMCA have increased dramatically. And this is a lot of that because of more Chinese components and products that are in Mexico. Also because some companies got used to trading outside the USMCA because they had access to a tariff that was stable, that was low. That has changed. And then the process for them to comply with the USMCA rules, it takes a lot of time. That also was discussed here on the previous panel before. So that's creating more and more uncertainty on the agreement. And then we are adding more and more complexity on this, right? it's shocking that we don't have a protocol when security priorities shift between our two countries. And for example, when we have display of more security enforcement, for example, with the Guardia Nacional, when it moved troops to Juarez, El Paso border, we saw delays of up to 4 hours on the crossing. And you know, like in the previous panel, we were talking about what does that mean in terms of fruit and vegetables that are, you know, like just waiting for customs to pass. Carlos mentioning also what that means in terms of cost of the companies that are working on that. So we have created this integration that was supposed to work on terms of making trade less complicated, but we have been adding these layers of complexity to a very important, again, infrastructure platform that it's the basis for manufacturing in North America. So we're not investing on where it matters the most, right? Since 2018, trade between Mexico and the US, it has increased 300 to 300 billion. That's more than 50% increase in just a few years. And during that period of time, we are not building new infrastructure. We are not adding new staff to work on that. We are not sharing data in terms of the work that we do that there. We're not adding coordination or work together. So, and that's also creating a lot of bottlenecks on the border that are creating a lot of problems for a lot of companies. But there's a better way. There's a solution, right? And it has been proved. I don't know if you have heard about unified cargo processing. It's a very simple idea, very smart idea. It started with a pilot in 2016, has been applied in around 12 points of entry. It is, you know, like the US and Mexican custom entities working together in one single point and eliminating, you know, duplicated process when you are in both sides of the border. It works 40% faster than traditional lines. But the problem here is that we are treating this as a pilot when it should be a model, right? In the way that we are working. And why it should be a model? Because something that this forces us to do is that we share technology, we share understanding of what it needs to be done in customs, and we share data. And that's exactly where we're lacking in the rest of the points of entry along the U.S. Mexico border. So my final message on this and initial remarks is that the border is the platform for North American manufacturing. It's not a problem, but we continue treating it as if it was a problem. We need to invest jointly in ports of entry. There has not been jointly investment on the border since the USMCA started. We need to expand these pilot programs because they work and they force us to coordinate and share data and share technology and share resources and share understanding, which is very important. And then we need to expand also this kind of assistance because it is, as we have been mentioning, very complicated for some companies to comply with these rules. And if we want to expand the footprint of companies working under the USMCA, we need to have help with those companies on this kind of compliance. So my final point is that we have created a regional economy, a very complex, rich regional economy, but we continue managing it as we had it. And on that, we're leaving money on the table.
Thank you, Gilberto, very much for that. Thanks to all of you and each of you. So let's just think, and now we won't go in order. You can signal to me if you'd like to say something. So how do we take all of these different parts and put them together in a unified policy? Clearly, this is going to take a lot of work, but we can start doing it. I mean, Gilberto was pointing out at the end the different areas that need that work, need that attention, and that's going to have take the private sector, public sector from both countries, getting them talking to each other and getting them trying to put these things into action. And that's true for the goods crossing the border. It's true for things going in both directions of the border. It is, you know, true for most anything. And this means people will have to think about and remember the repercussions of what they're doing and what they're working on, and other repercussions for what they're doing. So how do we move in that direction? We have just about 10 minutes to talk about that. So Sergio, you wanted to say something first?
Yes, I have a proposal to put forward on that. And it's basically this idea of using the conversation we're having today with the US, that today is concentrated on tariffs and it will move very soon to the review of the USMCA, to build an institutional infrastructure to have this dialogue. And I think there is a basis to do that. So the USMCA today has a pretty strong infrastructure for dialogue. We have, as you can see in this slide, over 20 working groups and committees that give life to the agreement, where trade officials and from time to time, private sectors discuss the issues in the different areas that move forward. And there's one on the customs and trade facilitation, which is a part of that, but I think it's too narrow for the very wide discussion and the level of stakeholders that we've seen in this conversation today. But there's another experience, very recent, that we can build on, and that's what I want to put on the table today for discussion. During the COVID time, we struggle, and lots of stakeholders here, I see Jerry Schwebel as one of them. A lot of people that were here had a lot of trouble into moving their goods through the border because of the sanitary restrictions, because of the health decisions, because of the local government, federal government. So the governments decided to put together an infrastructure to address those situations. And this that I have in the screen is a decision that was made by the Free Trade Commission of the USMCA to put together a protocol to address disruptions. Basically, it's an infrastructure for stakeholders to talk expeditiously when we have an emergency. And this was created specifically for an economic disruption, for another COVID or emergency like that. But what about, Tony, if we move a little bit that constraint and we put this more wider and we use this infrastructure to talk about the key issues that have to address the border. We have there, as you can see, the different level of governments, federal, state, and local. We have the private sectors. Each government had the task. Mexican government did this already, and I'm sure the US has done, and Canada, to create a national committee to have the infrastructure to participate in this forum. So what about not limiting this to economic disruptions and putting this framework to look at border issues now that their stakeholders are there and there's infrastructure?
Yeah, well, that's a very wise decision. Who else would like to add something to that? I think that's very important. And maybe if you all can share your mics down there, if two of you in the middle can share a mic and at the end can share, please.
Here it is. Thank you, Ambassador. Hope not to repeat like Lila at the beginning of the presentation. Well, as Sergio said, and I believe as Gilberto comment, we're right now with three key issues. Right now, where borders are increasing costs, increasing time delays, and with a lot of uncertainty. And this is going in the wrong direction. Just an example. A U.S. customs broker right now, it's adding to their cost $1 to $5 per code in an entry, just because of the work they have to do, because of their uncertainty of rules right now. We were talking about the union process cargo and all these ideas and how the Guardia Nacional right now, it's our borders. For example, Laredo, it was like 1 or 2 days, something like that. Well, it was a chaos. Why? Because a truck, when we talk about Laredo and the 1,800 trucks that cross daily, it's not 1,800 trucks. It's the trucks that cross 3 times in a complete round trip. Three complete round trips. when the Guardia Nacional was there inspecting the trucks can only do one round trip per day. It's a massive disruption. It's a massive disruption. And those are the things that cannot be happening right now. We have to think about trade facilitation, about border competitiveness, about doing things together, about a binational customs perspective. That is what we are lacking. And that's what we have to work with. And I think we have an opportunity right now with the USMCA revision, but also with the new coordination. One of the things that the Trump tariffs has done as a diplomatic tool is that coordination is back on the table. So we have to coordinate better. And I think it's time for putting customs at the center of it and to treat customs as a binational priority. Those are the things that we are working for, and those are the things that we can add in the discussion.
That's very useful perspective. Now let's add in quickly migration and security across this and how they can all get discussed, and at some level, we'll have to have them reconciled bilaterally and eventually trilaterally to a certain degree.
Well, I have to be the skunk at the picnic because I don't think these things can get solved by discussions between the U.S. and Mexico. What's missing in action in the United States is the Congress. We need a change in our laws in order to make it possible to have an immigration system that makes it possible for people to come legally to the United States for work purposes. And that involves Mexico as much as more than any other country. And we need a combination of ways of coming permanently as well as temporarily. Those are extremely controversial issues politically in the United States. We have not been able to solve them for 50 years, and they continue to be wedge issues in our elections. And until that changes, I don't see a change.
Please go ahead.
Sure. I don't have a grand plan, unfortunately, but when we look at the amount of resources that are being invested to improve the security institutions in Mexico, I just don't see that there's the political will to do that. I see some small efforts here and there, but overall, if we take defense spending as a benchmark, the world spends around 2.2% of its GDP in defense, armed forces, internal security. That recently went up. It was 2% flat for the past 20 years. The Ukraine war caused that 10% spike, which went from 2 to 2.2. So when we hear proclamations about the need to expand defense spending to 5%, I mean, those are just clownish statements, quite frankly. They're uninformed. However, there's another view at this. And when we look at the Mexican defense spending, it's around 0.5%, right? So that's another clownish view of security in that regard. So Mexico does need to invest heavily more in terms of security. If security is the #1 priority for Mexicans at this point, and it's going to be the glue that keeps things together, that needs to be significantly revised. Now, on this idea of classifying transnational criminal organization as terrorists, well, that opens up a can of worms, frankly, because then what happens to Americans that are indirectly or directly supplying weapons and or funds via consumption to these terrorist organizations? Does that make them terrorist adjuncts? Does that make them enemy combatants? That'll be an interesting point to discover in the next couple of months. Thanks.
Um, yeah, I will go with, we're tangled together, right? And it has been discussed before. And so we need to move beyond the noise and to better understanding of that. And for that, we need to have more clarity on the implications of our economic integration. There's a lot of, or there's no very good idea of the implications of changes in terms of tariffs or in terms of different policies, trade policy, that it has on the manufacturing in different places in the US and in Mexico. And we have been trying to map all the value chains that take place between Mexico and the US. It is, when you see it, it's impossible to unsee it. It's an economic machine. It's a very sophisticated network that has implications on our economy. Those are very deep implications. And yet, when we are talking about trade policy, we don't really understand what it means, for example, for a factory in Michigan or in North Carolina or in Monterrey. And so having that kind of like clarity, understanding, and data that kind of back our decisions and that understanding, again, beyond the noise, I think that will be a good way to start. And hopefully the revision of the USMCA goes on that. If we are talking about economic security for North America, then we need to get serious about providing the infrastructure, the resources, and the clarity to what does that mean and how we can improve it and share the prosperity.
Thank you very much. We clearly aren't going to solve it right now, here and now, but I think you're right that what it means is we need to start a number of more serious, ongoing discussions, both in the Canada-US and in the U.S.-Mexico discussion, and then bring it together at some level among the three countries as we go forward. And this is going to take a while, but we need to start, seriously. If we don't start now and take this up, I think we're just going to end up with a little bit of disaster on everybody's front. So thank you very much for these wonderful thoughts. Thanks, everybody, for listening. We'll look forward to the continuation. We're working on it. We're still working on it. What we have is a buffer. Whether it's a migrant strike.
Hello, everyone. We are about to begin our next panel. Well, hello, everyone, and welcome to panel number 4. I know lunch is right after this, so bear with us. And I'm also very excited because in every other panel, there's been a mention of artificial intelligence and emerging technology in one form or fashion. So we will also reserve like 5 minutes in the end for any questions that I'm sure many of you have. And I'm sitting with juggernauts right next to me who are at the intersection of policy and emerging tech. So I'm very excited to have you here. And to start us off, actually, we have our 3 panelists, Kelly Wicker, which is a former Wilson Center member, like ourselves. So Kelly is the former director of the Science, Technology, and Innovation program at the Wilson Center. She brings over a decade of experience in policy and international affairs, paired with a lifelong passion for technology. In her role at the Wilson Center, Wicker role to eliminate emerging technologies and scientific advances impacting global systems. Then we have Scott Friedman, Vice President of Government Affairs at Altana Technologies. Scott Friedman brings extensive experience, as I mentioned, at the intersection of emerging technology and public policy. In his role, he leads strategic engagement with government stakeholders focusing on global supply chains and, of course, national security terms with regards to supply chain itself. And last but absolutely not least, Juan Mauricio Mora, Managing Partner at Instrag. Juan Mauricio is a public affairs and legal consultant who's based in Mexico City and a representative of FIPRA in Mexico. He has led the implementation of major federal and local reforms to strengthen the tech and innovation environment across Latin America. Prior to founding Instrag, Mauricio served as Director of Public Policy for Mexico, Central America, and the Caribbean at Uber. He is incredibly equipped to tell us everything about the perspectives on the Mexico side, and I'm very happy because we have 3 different perspectives here. We have what I believe to be a very well-rounded U.S. perspective, a very well-rounded Mexico perspective, and a perspective from the global private sector. And I want to preface this by saying that I'm very excited because I am from the border myself, and I always hear of how we're going to implement emerging technologies, but actually being able to sit down with you and understand how that looks on my personal day-to-day basis as I cross the bridge, as I see people mobilizing from Mexico to El Paso for work, for commerce, etc. It's very exciting to have all of you here. And well, to start us off, Kelly, I would like to give you all 5 minutes to give us overall overview of what is happening with emerging technology being implemented specific to the border. We spoke in our introductory calls about how sometimes the conversations stay in more of a theoretical realm, so we want us to ground things in what is actually happening on the ground. And if you could give us your perspective on especially what the United States is doing, how they see regulation, implementation, specifically in the ground on the border.
Great. Thank you so much for having me. And hello, everyone. So border security at its heart is a big data problem. We have a significant number of people and goods passing through borders at a high rate, and we need to find a way to assess patterns and anomalies in this to be able to predict and thwart very small threats while minimizing the intrusiveness of that surveillance on people and on the impacts on business. And so we saw in the Biden administration, officials really turned to emerging tech to solve this problem. How do we monitor the border with increasingly less interference in the flow of these goods? And so we saw things like facial recognition at airports and checkpoints. We had vehicle exit biometrics. We had an algorithm that produced hurricane scores that was intended to predict people who might need additional supervision while in the country. And other surveillance tools that were intended to help us allow immigrants without legal status to stay here while their cases were proceeding. And a lot of this was very successful. I don't know about you, but I've noticed when I go to airports, things move very quickly now. It takes me almost no time to get through TSA. But when you add a lot of very powerful tech into a security system, without a lot of oversight capacity or set regulations and legislation to govern the use of that technology, it's used for whatever the person in charge wants to use it for. And so now we're seeing a change in how the American government is using technology at the border. This current administration's emphasis is on security and is on deportation of people without legal status here in the country. And there's a lot of questions about how we feel as Americans about the use of this technology, particularly because this administration has also rolled back the ethical principles that underlie the American use of AI and hasn't replaced it. And so it's very opaque as to what is actually governing our approach to technology now. So the focus really under the Biden administration seemed to be very facilitation of movement, facilitation of people gaining legal status, and we've flipped that now to surveillance and control. We saw a lot of tech come in the Biden administration. We talked about that already. Under Trump's first term, we also saw some pilot programs we put in place, like the launch of CBP One as an app, which has now become CBP Home. And that has become a much more surveillance-oriented app. We are seeing them use the tech capacities of intelligence agencies to monitor the border. They're turning DoD satellites to focus on the border, but there's really not a lot of transparency about what's being done with those satellites. And then finally, the facial recognition and the vehicle exit biometrics have been rapidly expanded. We are now logging every single vehicle leaving the US at a crossing, which we didn't used to log at all. And so the question is, what are we doing with that information? The assumption is that we're tracking self-deportations, but really once you start tracking that, you can track anything. Once you implement a technology, it can be used for any purpose. So again, I think we're seeing this go from facilitation to control. The question, I think, again, is what are the ethics that underpin that move? Are there ethical principles that kind of govern that use? And then also there's a large question of how does this affect our cross-border relationship? The way we use tech at the border can only be efficient if we're working together. I think the last panel talked about this. Are we working together to deploy tech, to have interoperating systems, to share data, to share information? I know under the Biden administration, CBP actually used to share its technical systems with other nations to be able to use them so that we could have interoperability. The degree to which we're doing that now is very unclear. And it's also difficult to see that relationship going favorably amid a very antagonistic approach to immigration and to the way we're using technology now. I want to say there's still a lot of very positive opportunities and inherent in how we use tech at the border. We can use tech to make things better, to make business move faster, to make goods flow smoother, to make people able to visit countries without having a lot of oversight and intrusiveness. But that requires us to have a governance regime that people trust. And I'm not sure that we have that in place right now.
Great, thank you very much. And adding a very minute detail to that, very interested in your comment about the fact that the US is now tracking exits from the United States into Mexico. And speaking with someone from Sunlam Park yesterday, just about possible new bridges, one of the things that they told me was that when you cross from Mexico to the United States, a lot of people in Juarez and El Paso say, I'm gonna go to Walmart and I'll be back. But they spent the entire week and then they cross. And now that's a way to actually understand, okay, are they working in the United States because they're clocking in from 9 to 5, but they're telling us that they're going to Walmart, et cetera. So that's an interesting point. And now, Scott, to you, you bring a very well-rounded perspective from the private sector. And I'd love to know from your side of things, how are things actually happening? Are they happening as fast as you would like them to happen? Is the regulation allowing it to happen? What should be changing?
Sure. Well, first, thanks for having me. And I think this is obviously extraordinarily timely conversation to have. At Altana, we're focused less on the movement of people and primarily on the movement of goods. We have kind of dubbed ourselves the first and only product network. And surprise, we are the AI that you all have been looking for. So happy to talk to you a little bit about that too. But Kelly's right. I mean, inherently, we are seeing a big data problem play out in front of us and play out at a scale and a complexity that probably nobody generationally had contemplated. We think about things in the macro, And when you think about the border is increasingly used as a point of leverage. And it's used as a point of leverage far beyond the individual crossing it. It is an economic point of leverage. It is a security point of leverage. And ultimately, it is a commercial point of leverage. And I think this is a very important point because we are going to have a series of conversations, not only globally, but most especially in our hemisphere. And I think I would be hard pressed to have anybody convince me that the trade relationship between the United States and Mexico is not the most important trade relationship in the world right now. Certainly, as we look at the headlines and we think about the conversation that the United States is having with China, you cannot have that conversation without also contemplating how we're going to do business in our own hemisphere and with our neighbor. And so where do we come into play on that? And what does technology have to do with any of that? Well, if we, in the same breath, acknowledge that the way the world has done business is changing and is going to change, then we also have to acknowledge that the systems and the mechanisms by which market actors and governments enable that business must also have to change. And when we think about the border as a point of leverage, we have to break that out. What does that mean? Obviously, there's a physical delineation there, but it's also a mechanism to place stipulations and requirements on market actors to be able to attest, to verify, to disclose, to maintain records, in order to be able to benefit from the prosperity of the jurisdictions by which they are trading in. And that is the crux of the issue as we see it, is that as these burdens are increasingly placed upon the trade, upon commercial market actors, in some cases in abrupt and sudden ways, and in some cases in trajectories that we kind of understand, we have to think about how do we provide them the tools and the mechanisms to continue to do the things they want to do anyway, which is make money, which is move goods, which is provide either finished goods or commodities or intermediate goods to the market, and in a way that does not break the extraordinarily complex and extraordinarily refined ecosystems that have been developed over many, many years that employ millions of people, that bring goods to market in innovative and rapid ways, and allow mutual prosperity. And so, the trick with this is how do we leverage systems that allow for trust, transparency, and then drives prosperity? And that's where the AI comes in, right? Ultimately, the preponderance of the information that exists out there is unstructured. It's in different languages. It's in formats and forms that are either very difficult to compile or very difficult to disclose. Any of you who have ever had to make a customs filing in the United States, you have to upload your documents 10 megabytes at a time. That's a system that was mandated 10 years ago, but obviously has not kept pace with the tremendous technological innovation over the last decade. And so it's those kind of very boring but granular things that make huge impacts on the way the world is going to do business. And that's where we come in. We're not trying to necessarily change how anybody does business, but we are trying to bridge the gap between those that are producing and those that they have to work with. And whether that be B2B, counterparty, because increasingly, as you look to your partners and into your supply chain, you're going to ask more of those who you do business with, and then your counterparty from a regulatory sense. And that's the other note. And the comments at the previous panel, I think, were also spot on. This does not work if the private sector moves out on this innovation, miracle that is AI, and suddenly we have a phase separation between a whole new set of systems that the private sector can leverage, but they immediately hit a quagmire when they have to do business with governments. And that can't be bilaterally, by jurisdiction either. The United States government and the Mexican governments have to get on the same page. They have to be able to operate off of a shared source of truth and shared systems. And then they have to be able to independently validate and verify and work with the private sector in a business normalized way. So that burden of all this additional stipulation, all this additional disclosure doesn't fall in an imbalance and doesn't create these gates that will ultimately bind the region. And, I think if we, again, zoom out to the macro, put us at a geopolitical disadvantage, which nobody wants.
Agreed 100%. And from the sense I'm getting, it's imperative that at this very moment, the U.S. and Mexico begin these conversations, especially looking forward to the USMCA review. It cannot happen only from one side. And to that point, Juan Mauricio, could you give us your outlook on the Mexican side? What is Mexico doing to actually come forth to meet the U.S. in how to implement things at the border? Is it happening at all? And if not, what should this look like?
Yeah, so thank you very much for having me. It's great to be here, great panelists. This is an issue I'm very enthusiastic about. I am definitely an AI enthusiast. I think it's a great tool. And like Aldrin mentioned, it's not about talking about the promise of AI, which I can happily talk after the event with anyone that it's interesting on how long-term impacts on trade. But bringing it back to today and what it matters, it's definitely a tool that helps in terms of efficiency, profitability, because obviously it reduces costs, and that is benefiting consumers or business. And at the end, it solves a problem that in economic terms, we call it asymmetries of information. And that information is sometimes packed in piles of papers or in data sets that are not readable. But these technologies are very good right now. And the thing is, they're only going to get better as we go. And I think in today's world, what we're seeing with these trade wars and everything that's happened around, it's going to push the innovation in this sector tremendously. And that will definitely have to come at a cost. And that cost today has to be investment both in the technology and in the people. I was at an AI conference in Tokyo 2 weeks ago, and they were showing us how India is staying ahead of this in their AI strategy. And a part of this that has been basically, it was covered a little bit on the last panel, but it's when you implement this system or these new processes with the technology, there's still, today, the technology requires people to be there. And if you're not investing in training those people, that's not going to be successful. It's going to be like a great program or problem solved that it's right there. On the benefits that this brings, obviously, there's a big benefit to compliance, enforceability of rules of origin. When it alludes to the Mexico, U.S., China tensions, obviously, it's easier to track Chinese investment than Chinese goods in Mexico. There have been a couple of very interesting articles as criticizing our knowledgeability of the size of the investments and products entering Mexico. And it has to do a lot with customs. It brings capabilities for enforcement in forced labor. It gives visibility, traceability. Corruption has been a big issue in Mexico. Not forget that AMLO changed for a couple of times the head of customs. And it's because it's so difficult to manage. And obviously, we're lagging way behind the U.S. on this. And finally, I would like to answer and to answer the question specifically on Mexico. I think we had 6 years. I think President AMLO, like any president, had good things, had bad things. But one of the things that he lagged behind was definitely in terms of the digital policy. And in order to have AI, you need to have digital and infrastructure to be able to use that AI. And AMLO's strategy there was lagging well behind. Luckily for us, President Sheinbaum is super forward-looking, and it's very keen on technology. And if you've been following what has been happening in Mexico, first, the creation of the digital agency, that it's at a level of secretariat, and that will have capabilities not only in terms of infrastructure, but also in digitalization of processes. And this comes around investment. It also has to do with traceability. It has to do with creating a digital ID that we as Mexicans do not have and could perhaps be extrapolated to businesses and having that single business profile on a digital sphere. So these are tremendous steps. And I think it's a very aggressive agenda that Mexico is taking in terms of having the infrastructure. In order to have the infrastructure, any digital infrastructure, you need to have energy. We're also lagging behind in energy capacity. This administration has been doing, well, they had the reforms and they're pushing strong on having that energy capacity to develop this infrastructure. But then it has a vision on how this digitalization process will benefit Mexico. And obviously, when it comes to trade, there are tremendous benefits to it. I would just like to end this initial participation. All of this brings a lot of challenges, and definitely, hopefully, we could solve that today. But there's an unseen level of cooperation today that I'm very enthusiastic about between Mexico and the U.S. in terms of security, and hopefully this can translate to trade because, like we said, like it has been said today, a lot of border issues have to do with security. And I think the implementation of certain technologies and conversations around working together, sharing data, and having a clearer path and objective that could make our border more efficient will be very helpful for both nations.
Thank you very much. And you both speak about digitalization, you speak about the software and hardware part of this, and we're going to elaborate further on that. But Kelly, you brought a very interesting point in a previous conversation we had, which is we're focusing again on hardware and software, but we're forgetting to also think about the people behind everything that's happening and how we prepare these next generations of engineers and software engineers who are actually going to build these tools. And in our conversation, you mentioned that the fact that very recently, it seems that it's going to become more difficult for students from Mexico and across the world, but Mexico in this particular case, to study in the United States, to actually get a work visa in the United States. That may present itself as a hindrance to the ability of the United States to fully expand its ability to innovate, as well as for those who go from studying in the United States to coming back to Mexico and implementing this knowledge in Mexican innovation spheres. El Paso, Texas is a very good example. A lot of people from Juarez get a student visa, go to the University of Texas at El Paso, and go on to either work at great companies here in the United States or go back to Mexico and reach their innovation potential there. My best friend, person who I'm staying with right now, is actually a software engineer who did that exact path. So could you tell us a little bit about why it's so important for us to actually pay attention to this and flag that it's important for us to be able to continue this cross-collaboration of young adults who are studying in both countries and innovating in both countries? And if either of you would like to expand or add on this, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, so thanks for opening this up. I think I like talking about this aspect because it's less about the deployment of tech at the border and more about how the border affects tech. American innovation in tech and our position in the tech economy has always been very dominant, largely because people come here to study. People come here for undergraduate, they come here for graduate school, and most of them stay. And when they stay, they teach here, they build companies, they build new software. They might go home, but a lot of what they've done, a lot of what they've created stays in the United States. And so we think about American prowess in technology that's built on immigrants. I think it's something wild in computer science departments, which is where a lot of our AI talent is coming out of. Something like 75% of those students are not American by birth. That's something we want to maintain. We want to continue to be an attractive place to study and to live and to build a family and a life here. When we turn our attention more to enforcement at the border as opposed to what we are gaining from these free flows of ideas and of people, we lose sight of the fact that we have benefited disproportionately from the world's talent because they've come here to do their work. And we make it very difficult to do that when it becomes harder to get a work visa, to study at a university without being constantly monitored by immigration authorities. I don't think that there's a good recognition of that as a significant part of our innovation economy. And that isn't going to affect our ability to have border security or good tech in the near future, but that's a long-term thing that's going to have significant impacts on the American economy in a negative way, and potentially in other countries' economies in a positive way, where they become much more competitive on tech fronts because their talent is staying home. Their talent is building in country. And so I think then the question is the Mexican government ready to take advantage of this? If people stay in Mexico, is there venture capital to back new startups? Are the universities prepared to train these students and to give them pathways into what they would have had in the United States otherwise? Is the ecosystem ready for more talent to stay home? And that's a question I think, obviously as an American, I'm like, no, we want to keep them. But this is something I think the Mexican government should be thinking about. There's an opportunity here for your tech ecosystem to flourish. And it's a complex question, though. Why does someone choose to stay somewhere to study and to build a company? There are so many facets to that question, but I think that will change a lot about in 10 years, 15 years, who's on top of the AI economy and whose software and hardware is what we're building from. Right now it's America. It could be anybody in the future.
Great, thank you. Do any of you want to comment, or should I go?
Yeah, just to answer your question, the VC ecosystem in Mexico City has become a hub for entrepreneurs to come and found startups in Mexico. I think there's a big opportunity. We just had an event on AI last week with OpenAI, Fintual, which is a Latin American fintech, and it was just the ambient was so exciting, seeing so many entrepreneurs being there trying to solve. This is an issue that is very relevant in countries like ours and regions like ours in Latin America. There are many problems to solve, and some of those have generations that have been tried to be solved either by government or unsuccessfully by business. And that mentality of solving problems from the founders and the startups coming into Mexico has helped tremendously. And we've seen some startups targeting problems at the border very successfully, and I think that will continue to grow. I think there's an ecosystem, and definitely I just would like to finish there. Something that is very relevant is, and we talked about this a couple of weeks back in Mexico, it's very relevant for countries to have that AI strategy clear, right? So an AI strategy goes in different dimensions. One of these is, how do you attract talent? How do you support entrepreneurs? How do you have the energy and the infrastructure and all of this? But those conversations are where I just mentioned, India is so far ahead of perhaps everybody in the world in terms of recognizing they're not the US, that they're not China, but what are their capabilities and what is the best that they can do to take advantage of this wave that is going to transform everything, or is already transforming.
I think the only thing I would add is that, I mentioned at the outset that there is a threat of phase separation, right? You cannot have certain elements of a market much more sophisticated than others. And when we think about localization or indigenization of tech talent, this is, one of the big fears of AI is that we're going to see this huge separation between, the proverbial global north and the global south. One of the things that we see in our company at Altana is that AI in the short term is turning knowledge workers into knowledge managers. We're not getting rid of people. The people that we are employing, if they have the intellectual horsepower to do it, which they should because we're paying them, can do much more. And the compound effect on that is that when you have a series of folks that are able to do that, then innovation really starts to take off. And the threat that we see most primarily, especially as we proliferate our services and our product around the world, is that we don't have people on the other side of the table who, one, understand what the hell it is we're doing, and two, can't figure out how to integrate it into their systems and what's happening. So this localization is particularly acute in certain sectors and certain regions, and it's something that, yes, there could be potentially a lot of negativity to that, but we should also think about the opportunity and how you can uplift an entire generation of folks who can say, I live here, this is my country, this is my sovereign processes, and oh, by the way, I can plug into any system anywhere in the world. And that global network, I think, is really promising, again, especially in North America.
Thank you. And speaking of implementing AI into these ecosystems, at Altana, you guys have two particular products that I was fascinated by, again, because of the timeliness of what the product is. And one of them is the tariff scenario planner, which if you have time to go into any room in Washington where the conversation is a Mexico-US relationship, tariffs are going to play a role, as well as the product passport, which deals with the national security of supply chains themselves. So again, things that we're all trying to figure out how to solve. And I'd love for you to explain to us, what is this exactly? What other similar products are out there that can help, like the people who are in this room, who are making these decisions, who are involved in supply chain, to actually take advantage of this innovation? And if anyone wants to jump in, feel free.
Sure, and I promise I won't make this a product pitch. We're here to talk policy, but I appreciate you teeing it up because we are very excited about it, and we think it's germane to the policy conversation, right? So the two products that you've referenced are Tariff Scenario Planner and Product Passport, and they're really kind of dovetailed one the same. The guiding principle of Altana when we started the company was you need to have a granular understanding of the global supply chain, not just point to point, but the extended network of people that you are doing business with or exposed to that you might not even know you're doing business with as it pertains to your end product. That was a tough data problem. And we spent, the first 3 years just trying to wrangle that stuff. You fast forward 7 years to 2025 and everybody says, well, what is my exposure? Where the hell is this stuff coming from? And how much am I on the hook for? And oh, by the way, it might change every 2 weeks. That granular understanding, that traceability is not a silver bullet. It's not a crystal ball. Nobody has that. But our contention is that because of the work we've done, pulling all this data together, refining it through AI, normalizing it through our own proprietary ontology, now you can sit across the table from your counterparty and say, this is my best understanding, leveraged through technology and refined through AI, of what my exposure is on a given product line. A product passport is a digital asset that codifies that allows it to be transferred. In many cases, we're working with U.S. Customs right now, and they are increasingly accepting it. We were just listed in the Federal Register as a data element you can use to register this. And then in the case of tariff exposure, again, computational power, we can look at and say, all right, based on whatever the latest is, this is what your compounding exposure is, whether that be unilaterally, whether that be through 232s or 301s or whatever it might be. And it allows you to have a better conversation. And ultimately, that's where this is going to land. This is the best set of facts that I have. Do you agree upon it? And then, how do we move forward? And that we believe is we know it's transformational now. We think it will be increasingly transformational as the conversation refines, as the data gets better, as the processes become more mature.
Great, thank you very much. Would any of you like to add?
I think, on a national security level, this question of being able to view your supply chain is such a huge one. And it used to be impossible because it was a big data problem. Human brains cannot comprehend billions of data points and actually make sense of them in any kind of way without saying we're focusing on this small piece of the stream. But I'm going to stay firmly in the wet blanket seat that I've been occupying for this panel and say when we lose that obscurity through big data for goods, which is a great thing, it's huge for business, huge for security, huge for the military. We also lose it for individuals, which is not necessarily a good thing. It can be a good thing. Security through obscurity, privacy through obscurity is one of the reasons we don't know about things like 9/11 happening. We can't track individuals. We increasingly can track individuals in a very granular sense. And this is a good thing, except for, again, if there's no oversight on how we use those powers. It also makes it very easy to have persistent surveillance. At no point are you not being surveilled. Your movements and any history of your movements can be looked at with great detail. And we've been talking about this for years. This predates this current administration. This has been a 10+ year conversation with law enforcement. What is the threshold that I have to pass to get your cell phone information, to geofence a location and see who walked through there? And this is really important because, yes, the data is anonymized, but I mean, if you look at my phone, you can tell who I am. If you know where I've been, you can tell where I work, where I live, where I go to church, who my friends are, and you can start to derive other insights as well. These little pieces of data in the aggregate can't be anonymized. People are inherently findable. And what does that mean? So I think, this is another one of those things where in the pursuit of the positive, in the pursuit of solving this big data question, we really need to think about protecting individuals who lose some freedoms and some of their inherent rights to due process when we allow those capabilities to be possible.
Great, thank you very much for that addition. And one question I have, again, as someone who's lived on the border his entire life. Wake up at 5, go to the bridge at 6:30, and wait for 2 hours to cross every single day until I turned 18. So I'd like to ask the three of you, tangentially, what are things that can make our community's process from point A to B, from Juarez to El Paso, from Tijuana to San Diego, easier? Is it the facial scanning? What kind of technologies are actually now being implemented, and what technologies are soon to be implemented in whatever the next port of entry to be designed in the U.S. Mexico border will be?
Listen, at the outset, we talked about how easy it is to get through TSA now, right? That pre-clearance process. And I think the comments you just made about the challenges of balancing privacy with security, with facilitation, with obscurity. We're living through a period where we have to realign incentives. And so I think much of what we're looking at now is, and we live this. Why would anybody give up this data? Nobody trusts the government, any government, right? So what corporation wants to do this? Well, if the barrier to entry, if the barrier to doing the thing that I want to do, move quicker across the border, trade more efficiently, get my products to market faster, allows the mechanism to say, if I give a little bit along well-defined criteria, and I know that if I share that proactively in a business normalized way, I'm going to see a benefit. I think that is our opportunity there, right? Is to say, with technology, we can now have a more granular conversation. We can get to a greater level of specificity than we ever could before, and so that trust can be built. I'm not going to give you everything I've got, and God knows what you're going to do with it. What I do give you, I know I'm going to get something back, and I'm going to be able to feel that. I'm going to be able to measure that, and I'm going to see it, in our case, on our balance sheet.
I'm going to chime in, sorry, real quick. One of the boring things we're doing better at the border is just efficiency of systems. If I have all this data and I know what this crossing looks like, what the ebbs and flows of movement, I can staff it in a way that makes sense. I can open lanes. I can be prepared. This is the efficiency of systems is such a boring thing to talk about. People don't want to talk. They want to talk about androids patrolling something. Really, what it is I can look at my data and I can know how things work, and then I can be prepared for that. Even for the black swan events, more so, I can predict things that are going to happen and be ready for it. And so you shouldn't have to wait for 5 hours at the border because something happened that you didn't know was going to happen, because the people who work the crossing knew it was going to happen and they staffed for it. And that, I think, is a huge advantage of tech at the border, is just these little things, these little logistic things.
Yeah, I would just like to add, obviously everybody's worried when sharing data with the government, but we share data with everybody all the time, every day, right? All our personal information, identifiable, traceable, we put it on a web page. It makes no sense, but there is a movement right now in terms of technologies that are called privacy enhancing technologies, which have super advanced systems that allow you to show who you are without showing who you are, right? And that preserves the privacy, and that, I believe, there's a big company coming out of Silicon Valley, founded by Sam Altman, same founder as OpenAI, where he's doing that basically proof of personhood and proof of humanity without telling who you are. But then at the end, you could upload your passport and provide a zero knowledge proof to whatever place you're visiting. And it is like that balance that I think it's going to be the future, because I think people are becoming more sensible about all the information that we have out there and all the opportunities that are for, obviously you can see the data on scams, on fraud. It's just to the roof, and it will get bigger right now with deep fakes. It could be my banker calling somebody at my company asking to do a transfer, and supposedly it's me, right? So you need these kinds of tools to make things more complicated for crime. Because any tool, it could be used for good or for bad, and that's some of the challenges that we have. But I'm an optimist on this. I do believe that we're going to be more careful with our personal information.
Thank you. And one example that comes to mind very quickly is I overheard in a conversation yesterday that so when you cross the bridge today, if you get a red light to go to inspection, you'll go through this huge portal and your car will be scanned. However, a new implementation that I saw that incorporates artificial intelligence is having a system where whatever your vehicle is, however people are in the car, the system tracks the weight of what that model plus the people should be. And if there's a discrepancy, if it should weigh 10 kilos, but it weighs 15, okay, what else is in the vehicle? And it makes quicker the ability of CBP agents to, instead of saying, oh, this person looks a little sketchy, let me go and take into revision. It's more of a, oh, these are the data points, there's a discrepancy, let's go to inspection. So that makes it a little bit better and quicker. And I know I promised questions and I know we're out of time, but I wanted to ask if anyone has any particular questions. No? Okay, great. Well, thank you to the three of you. Much appreciate your time, and thank you for everyone to listening. Thank you.
Hello.
All right, we're going to start with the last panel. So if I can ask our panelists to join us, that's you, Consul Marcos. Yeah, no, but please feel free to bring your food in if you're still working on it. So we'll get started here shortly. All right, everyone. Thank you for sticking around. I know we just had lunch, but we have one last conversation and on a very important topic. My name is Kenneth Amaripa. I serve as Vice President of International Public Affairs at the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce. And I'm really excited about conversation on transboundary resource sharing. I think when we think about that and how we're united by the border, we think about many things such as water and energy and our cross-border workforce and infrastructure. And our conversation today is really going to center around what we're doing to share such resources and maximize its potential, and sometimes how we're struggling to share those resources. So joining us today, we have Dr. Rosario Sanchez, Senior Research Scientist at the Texas Water Resources Institute at the Texas A&M University. Did I say that right? Okay. Consul Marcos Moreno Baez, Consul General of Mexico in Nogales. Richard Sanders, Senior Fellow for the Western Hemisphere at the Center for the National Interest. And David Goldwyn, President of Goldwyn Global Strategies and former U.S. Special Envoy for International Energy Affairs. So with that, let's dive in. I'd like to start maybe with, actually, let's start a conversation with energy. David, from your perspective and as an expert on this matter, taking into account the global trend towards renewable energy and sustainable access to the resources, could you walk us through recent developments on Mexico's legal and policy framework around energy, and how this may impact cross-border investment and energy resource sharing with the U.S.? Sorry. Quickly.
But it wouldn't be. There we go. Well, there's good news and bad news. I think anyone who's familiar with the Mexican energy system knows that it's been severely undercapitalized for many years. I think Mexico has something like 60 gigawatts of capacity, but in a peak load, it uses almost 56 gigawatts. Without that, they call it spinning reserve backup. That's why you have these blackouts. So CFE itself, the national champion, lost $6 billion last year. So relying on CFE to build out the new class of generation is a bit of a long shot. It is hard to imagine how Mexico is going to be able to enjoy the benefits of reshoring and to have expansion without finding a pathway to increase generation, transmission, and distribution. So the Sheinbaum government has very ambitious plans to grow the electricity sector, as has pretty much every Mexican president for the last 30 years. So, if you think back a little, President Salinas introduced self-supply and independent power projects. That worked pretty well. And then you had the Peña Nieto reforms, auctions, private sector, making CFE compete with everyone else. That worked pretty well in terms of getting the auctions. And then you had President Lopez Obrador, who essentially resisted all that through legislation, destroyed the value of those auctions, and in the very end managed to have constitutional reforms and legal reforms which erased that reform. So the new plan, the new law says that CFE is again a national champion. It doesn't have to compete. It has prevalence, which is a little bit hard to define, prevalence in the system over everyone else, which may not mean primacy, but it remains to be determined. And that CFE, in terms of the electricity system, has to maintain, I think it's 54% of all power generation, and the rest goes to the private sector. And so it's kind of complicated. It's a hybrid model. It allows for private generation. It allows for a couple of models. You can have a very large project, and you can sell all of your electricity to CFE. Or you can have a self-supply project like 0.7 gigawatts, very small, just for yourself. If you build a bigger project, then you have to give the extra electricity to the government. If you build your own transmission, you're welcome to, but you have to give that to the government as well. And so in theory, it is looking at building out 15 gigawatts of new electricity by 2030. I think the good news on this is they're talking about building renewables, they're talking about storage, they're talking about gas fire, they're talking about geothermal. It's hard to imagine they will meet this goal by 2030, given the history and given how undercapitalized the government is. But it does protect existing projects, which is good news. It allows a role for the private sector. It maintains the wholesale electricity market and an independent system operator. So the bones of a wholesale market are there. But there are a lot of uncertainties and red flags. For one thing, the implementing regulations, which were supposed to be out, I think probably about a month ago, are not out yet. So nobody really knows the details of how this is going to work. A second red flag is that the old CRE no longer exists. Now you have the CNE, which is a new entity. Its website is up, but it's not actually processing permits yet. So that's a little bit behind. The Secretary of Energy has complete discretion on all permits. So the good news is if you get a permit and you're in the national plan, in theory, you'll have dispatch and you shouldn't have to worry about the government competing with you. But if the Secretary of Energy doesn't like your plan, then you don't have a project. So that kind of discretion has serious transparency risks. It's not really clear whether if you sell electricity to the government, that's in the 54% or that's in the 46%, because the rules aren't really clear yet. The cost of generation will be really, really high if you can't make extra money by providing, if you have surplus electricity, if you can't sell that. If you have to give your infrastructure back to the government, that makes it very expensive. There's a lot of uncertainty about the regulatory authorities since they're no longer independent. And it's not clear whether CFE has either the financial or the technical capacity to build its 54%. So if it gets behind and you're in the 46%, do you get to build your project or don't you? Or do you have to wait for the government? And nobody knows. So we're still waiting for the rules to come out. And nobody knows what prevalence means. Does that mean that CFE's electricity goes first or not? So there's a long way to go. The rules haven't come out yet, and we need to see what they are. But when it comes to reshoring, time is really of the essence. And if you don't build it, meaning electricity, they will not come, meaning new companies. So it's really hard to ask someone to expand an industrial park or to build a new plant and then to find out later whether they're going to get electricity and what it's going to cost. It has to be the other way around. So I think this government has been very good about talking to the private sector. They've been really engaged, much more so than the Lopez Obrador government ever was. So they've been meeting and they've been listening. We'll see whether things get incorporated. But it's going pretty slowly so far. And given that the Trump administration is not really interested in economic development in Mexico, maybe in a way that they probably should be, and they're competing for reshoring, this is a time for Mexico to be competitive. And it remains to see whether they will be.
Thank you. And what I'm hearing, it's a lot complicated than it seems. Uncertainty seems to be the buzzword in terms of not just resource sharing, but economic development and the political climate nowadays. Certainly, that's something that we're looking at in Baja, as you mentioned, nearshoring and reshoring, and the generational electricity versus our ability to distribute it and distribute it to both community and industry. And as we talk about, attracting and retaining investment and economic growth, water is another key resource. We know that water scarcity is intensifying. We've seen tensions building up between both countries over the management of the Colorado and Bravo rivers. So Rosario, was hoping you can help us understand what's driving these tensions. Where are the two countries standing today in terms of water obligations and cooperation?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rosario Sanchez, Senior Research Scientist at Texas A&M University. So I'm an academic, okay? I don't represent any sector here, but the science. And yes, and I want to start by, apart from everything that we have said today, we can always add more trouble. And water is a big, big one. And the federal government has been able to put it out there for good and for bad, right? For me as a scientist and part of the academic community, it was kind of, well, it had to come sometime. Eventually, somebody had to put it out there, and now it's out there. Of course, it is also not compartmentalized, as previous speaker mentioned. Now it's all a mess. And it has even been part of the tariffs negotiation. Like if water was kind of something that you can negotiate. And water is not replaceable. It's not tariffs. It's not even money. It's not even employment. I mean, without water, that's it. So I think both governments realized that very quickly. Like, oh, okay, so there's no water. So what can you give me? Well, it's not going to be water. I can give you something else, but water is something else. So it's a bit different. And really water unites us. It has proven, not just Mexico-US relationships, it has proven all over the world. It can be used as a weapon, but really it's an instrument of uniting people because nobody is willing to risk dependable resources, especially water. So we have two most important transboundary basins in the U.S. Mexico border. One is the Colorado River Basin, and the other one is the Rio Grande. The graph and the tension, if we want to narrow it down what the problem is as for today, and that's just today because this has been for a long time. If you see the black line on that graph, that's the amount of water that Mexico has been able to deliver to the U.S. according to the 1944 treaty on the Rio Grande. Mexico receives water from the Colorado River and has to provide water to the U.S. from the Rio Grande according to the treaty. So that's the black line shows, and the red one that goes up, that's where Mexico needed to be. And we are 4 months away of the deadline. So literally, right now, the only way that Mexico can comply with that deficit is with a big hurricane to fill up the reservoirs. However, how much can we rely on a hurricane during climate and drought conditions in the region? And I'm going to quickly talk about that. And I'm just going to give you data, right, as a good scientist. So both basins are part of the list of most stressed basins in the world, the Rio Grande and the Rio Bravo. Actually, the Rio Grande has made it to the top 5 most endangered rivers of the Americas. The border population has duplicated over the last 25 years and will duplicate again over the next 25 years. That means the water demand is not going to stop. It is expected to increase by 100% in the next 25 years for domestic use and 40% for industry use. So it's not just, electricity demand, it's water demand as well. The Rio Grande has lost 80% of its natural flow over the last 80 years, 80%. Over the last 5 years, there were around more than 100 miles of riverbed dry in the Rio Grande. So it's not like Mexico is hiding the water anywhere. It's just the system is drying up itself. And it's just not climate. Of course, there is an element of climate. It's not an ally anymore. We know Mexico is one of the most vulnerable countries in terms of climate change. It has reached above 1.5 Celsius already, 1.8 Celsius above average temperature. This is just Mexico. We know that the Colorado Basin has been a reduction of snowmelt of around 20% over the last 20 years, and is expected to increase by 30% over the next 15 or so years. And we know that the Colorado River Basin has, the drought contingency plan that they've been working out with the 7 states in the US and with Mexico as well. And Mexico has already conceded to reduce allocations from the Rio Colorado under Minute 223 by 20% this year. It's a lot of water. It's 3.5 million cubic meters of water, which is the annual consumption of around 5 cities in Baja California. That's what Mexico has provided to the US in favor to protect the Colorado River Basin. The problem is that the treaty does not apply equally on the Colorado River Basin and the Rio Grande Basin. In the Rio Grande Basin, there's no language related to reduction of allocations. However, it doesn't mean it cannot be done, because that's why we have a minute system. The minute system, which is the built-in instrument in the treaty that allows for amendments, though nobody likes to call them amendments, but that's what they are. And we have signed over 332 amendments since 1944. So it can be done. The problem is, what are we going to agree on? How much water do we have in the Rio Grande? How much are we going to give up? And when I say we, as all the users on the Rio Grande River. So that's the tension. And we have 4 months to decide that. Anyway.
No, of course. And what we're here, really, it's complicated on both energy and water. And as you mentioned, water unites us, and it's being used as an instrument. And a deeper understanding of supply and demand gets further complicated by climate and things that are out of our control. And I know that this conference focuses on building a competitive U.S. Mexico border, but bilateral resource sharing does not only happen within the U.S. and Mexico, it also happens in Canada up north. So Richard, could you maybe walk us through a case such as efforts on water management over the Great Lakes or Columbia River that shows how those parallels play out, and what are some of the lessons that we've learned maybe up north that we can potentially implement in the southern border?
Well, if it's any consolation to people that worry about U.S.-Mexico relations, we got plenty of issues regarding Canada as well. And although I'm happy to talk about water, let me just tick off very quickly a few other cross-border natural resources issues that we've had to confront with Canada in the last few years. It took 10 years of lawsuits and wrangling to be able to create a corridor for electric wires to bring power from Quebec to Massachusetts, the New England Clean Connect. More recently, in Ontario, the Premier of Ontario threatened to cut off electrical supplies to the United States, Western New York, parts of Michigan, as part of the to and fro over trade that we have had since the new administration came along. There was a long fight about oil pipelines and the famous Keystone XL case, in which Canadians wanted to connect up with U.S. pipelines, and that became a huge environmental issue. And then, as heading straight into water, we're dealing with the renegotiation of the Columbia Water Treaty. The Columbia River, in some ways, it's kind of the mirror image of the Colorado River in Mexico. The Colorado River begins in the United States and ends in Mexico, whereas the Columbia begins in Canada, in the Rocky Mountains of British Columbia, and ends up in the United States. It snakes around much of Washington State and forms the border between Washington State and Oregon, and then empties into the Pacific. Now, it is like Mexico, the water relationship is governed by treaties and mechanisms that in many ways have worked very well over the years. The Columbia Water Treaty was initiated under the Eisenhower administration. It came into effect right before he left in 1961, and it was driven by, I think, 10 years earlier. There had been a tremendous flood that wiped out a town in Oregon completely, Vanport. And so the treaty essentially obligated Canada to build several dams, 3 dams up in the Rockies, and large reservoirs to go with it. In exchange for that, the U.S. would first it would pay them a lump sum, but also Canada was entitled to a large chunk of money every year, representing the value of the additional power that could be created as a result of the better flow from these dams. And although the treaty doesn't have a specific end date, some parts of it do terminate in 2024, but it's been agreed to extend for 10 years while they renegotiate. And these things are they're very, very technical, but they're very political at the same time. There are lots of very important interests that are at stake. And the politics got a little bit complicated during the last election campaign, when then candidate Donald Trump was in California, and he talked about there being, because California farmers have there's chronic water issues there. And he said, there's a giant faucet up north that can solve all your problems. Strangely enough, that did not go over too well in Canada. And in fact, there is no giant faucet. But what there is a lengthy negotiation process that has been going on for several years. And at the end of the Biden administration, seemed to reach at least a tentative solution, because each side had its own interests. On the American side, it was felt that Canada was just receiving too much power for the so-called Canadian entitlement, which was worth like $350 million. And since Canada didn't need all the power, it essentially got sold at market rates, resulting in probably more expensive power in the Pacific Northwest than otherwise. So that was an area where the U.S. wanted progress. The Canadians are under fairly tough obligations in terms of like the water flow from the dams that they have constructed to make sure that there's flooding and consistent flow for power maintains. They would like more flexibility because there are environmental issues in Canada. Some of these lakes have to be emptied out before the spring snow melt can fill them, and that results in dust and issues like that. There are, on both sides, native rights issues. Columbia was once the world's greatest river for salmon, and there's always pressure to try and bring some of that salmon back. And native rights are very complicated. So a tentative agreement was reached. Then, of course, we had the change in administration. And like all administrations, they're not going to just sign off what the predecessor did. But it's particularly fraught in this case because you have all the big fight over tariffs taking place at the same time, the suggestion that Canada wants to become the 51st state. So all that is floating out there. And this agreement, which was 99% of the way done, is just kind of hanging fire for the time being. And what lessons can this, or things worth thinking about that are relevant to Mexico and its issues involving the Colorado and the Rio Grande? I would say the Columbia River Treaty renegotiation, was handled, at least viewed from outside, a pretty sophisticated matter. Lots of outreach to stakeholders. You had the fact that not only the 2 national governments have strong interests, state governments and the provincial government of British Columbia were very much engaged, and even local interests. I think the mayor of Portland was saying, "Oh, no solution that makes us more vulnerable to flooding is acceptable." So so it really is a job for the the technical experts and the politicians to come together. If we don't have an agreement, it's almost certainly bad for both sides. But if when this will be taken up again is hard to know. The senior person in the U.S. government for this treaty is the Assistant Secretary for Western Hemisphere at the State Department, and we don't have one right now. And presidential rhetoric matters too. And the fact is, President Trump seems to have some awareness of the Columbia River Treaty, which he has said, quote, "The Canadians are ripping us off." That's going to add to the to making it interesting. We're going to have to see how this all plays out. The reality is, the river continues to flow, and we need to find a way to work together to manage it for mutual benefit. We've been able to do so pretty well for 70 years, but we need to find a solution. And how much this will be influenced by the broader bilateral relationship remains to be seen. I expect that's true about all the issues involving Mexico also.
Thank you. And while politics and politicians are the ones overseeing resource sharing, it sounds like the wrong policies also can limit the efficiency and our ability to maximize such resources as potential. And of course, when we bring that down to the local communities, things change. And I know, Consul Marcos Moreno, that on previous conversations, as we prepare for this panel, we're talking about what you mentioned was the local and federal paradox. So I was hoping you can tell us about this paradox and how can we bring our local communities' voices up to where decisions are being made.
Thank you, Kenya, for the question. Yeah, I'm happy to explain this challenge and also the challenge to keep you awake after lunch. That's a good one. So, but before I proceed, thank you to the Inter-American Dialogue for this invitation. I think this conference is really important because it recognizes that both Mexico and U.S. Border intricacies really shape, you think about it, really shape in so many ways the binational relation. And border communities, which are directly impacted by such a dynamics, are barely taken into consideration. And why is this important? Well, because, if you think about it, when we talk about those main challenges, whether that is water management, energy, immigration, trade, or commerce, again, border communities, you see those binational mechanisms are not in there. Local stakeholders are not part of these schemes. And so we need urgently to change that rationale, if you will, so we can include not only local stakeholders, but state and, of course, federal stakeholders all together. And I think Lance, who is here, he knows about how the lack of inclusion for local stakeholders specifically has impacted a lot border communities. To give you an example, 17 out of the 23 U.S. counties that border Mexico are considered in persistent poverty. And that's because you don't, you do have, and I think Richard was talking about it, you do have these mechanisms, binational mechanisms that work very well. Yeah, when you talk to Washington or you talk to Mexico City, but what about the impact on those communities again? And so the first time actually I realized about it, I was it was a few weeks after I took office as a Consul General back in 2022 in summer. And I was talking to one of my counterparts from one of the U.S. agencies that deals immigration. And we were trying to put together a mechanism whereby we can better coordinate and support not only migrants, but also to avoid any disruption at the border. And he told me, we are very frustrated because we cannot even know as a federal agency in the border, operating the border in a way. When, for instance, when Mexican nationals will arrive, those who will be deported, We wouldn't know at what time. We wouldn't know who are they. And that delays the whole process. And that impacts the border dynamics. So we are really frustrated, he told me. But this is not the only example. I mean, if you talk about health, if you talk about water management, you see the same problem going on. So what to do next? Well, perhaps I can touch upon that in my next participation, but think about it. The lack of inclusion of local, state stakeholders in binational mechanisms have a direct impact in in the livelihood of the 16 plus million people who live between Mexico and the United States.
Certainly, and I think well, also represented a border community. I know that federal decisions are made and then sent to implementation, and then local communities don't have the resources or instructions to plan out for that implementation. So thinking about this local federal paradox that you mentioned, and we've been talking about concrete cases in which politics often adds pressure on an already complicated local, county, state, and federal layers of authorities, right? I'm looking ahead of what we can do better, and starting maybe with you, Rosario, and water. What are some of those structural or policy changes that you think are needed to truly maximize resource sharing, whether that is data transparency, or data sharing, microphone okay, infrastructure, or binational governance models? You mentioned the minutes. You know, what is there for us to enhance, add, or edit out that can maximize that process?
I wish I knew. There's a lot of things that need to happen at the same time. It has to be a holistic approach, comprehensive approach. It's not just water for the water, it's water, energy, food, ag, and everything that depends on water, which is everything, basically. I think that the problem that we are facing when it comes to water, not necessarily, and I'll focus on U.S. Mexico, but overall, is we don't have a water problem, believe it or not. It's a priority problem. The problem is the priorities that we're putting water into. 60% of the water in the Colorado River Basin is used to produce alfalfa. I don't have anything against cows, but 400 million cubic meters were used in 4 days to produce an AI image that nobody needed. That's 400 millions of cubic meters of water, which is basically the consumption of 3 cities in Mexico on an annual basis. So it's more a priority problem than a water problem. We do, and our international basins are an example for that. The projections of growth for ag sector in the Rio Grande have triplicated since 1944. The efficiency that we apply to ag, for example, usually translates in the expansion of the agricultural land instead of conservation. And California has been a perfect example for that. I mean, they're very efficient and they still run out of water at the end, right? That's what the Sigma management plan came in place and all that. So, and the same happens in the Mexico side. They're talking a lot about efficiency in ag, and I always want to be careful with that, because if you don't attach the management land part of efficiency, then you're going to end up with the worst problem, which we have seen that all over again. So the treaty, we do not need a new treaty. The treaty is the most advanced international instrument there is in the world. It is the only international instrument that has a built-in adaptability element. That is the minute process. No other instrument in the world has that element. I don't know how they did it in 1944. I have no idea. But it was the most visionary instrument that we need. So what we need is more minutes, definitely, because we don't need the Congress to approve that. Hopefully, we don't change that back. Otherwise, we're going to get stuck forever. But what we need to do is to agree on the future, considering availability of resources, priorities, and climate. Definitely, which is not considered under the treaty. And the ticking bomb behind all this, and assuming that water is not the problem, is quality. Water quality is the ticking bomb. The less water in the system, the less the quality in the system, the more expensive it gets. The cheapest water that we have is the water that we have right now. Exploring more groundwater, which, by the way, is not contemplated on the legal framework. And right now, groundwater is supplying half of what the river is, of the river flow in the Rio Grande. Everything that we see in the Rio Grande right now is groundwater discharge, not contemplated under the 1944 treaty. So we need to do a lot of changes. We definitely need to acknowledge groundwater in the binational spectrum, which means we need to do something internally as well, right? Because Texas has its own way, Arizona, they're all, different countries, plus Mexico, another country when it comes to water management. So it's revision of what the priorities, inclusion of an holistic framework, water quality, definitely. Right now in Texas, just on the border with Texas, between 300 and 500,000 people rely on private wells that are not connected to municipal systems, which means they are not regulated by EPA water quality standards, which at the end of the day means they have no idea what the quality of water they're drinking. We're talking about 500,000 people just in the border between Mexico and the US. And by the way, they do not want to be connected to municipal systems because they're afraid of the Border Patrol. So everything is linked here. The vulnerability of the population in the border cities, it's multidimensional. It's not just trade, it's not just security, it's water, it's health, it's education, it's access to a better life. So, and the other thing, we need to define what extraordinary drought is, by the way, which is not defined in the treaty. With that, I don't know. Oh, yeah. I want to end that with saying, well, we need to allocate more. Equitable is not the water, but the scarcity.
And I think a big takeaway of what you're saying is that oftentimes it's a priority problem and not so much necessarily policy or the resource itself, but an agreement on the priorities, the approach, and even concepts of what we think is drought and what we think the resource is.
Yes, and we need to start defining what the problem is, because I think 80% of the time we think about the solutions, and the solutions are there. We know what the solutions are. We don't need to discover anything. The problem is we do not know what the problem is. At the beginning, we think it's efficiency, we think it's the treaty, we think it's overexploitation, and the reasoning behind is the assumption that there is water and there's enough water for everyone. But the truth is, enough will never be enough. Truly, will never be enough water. So we need to start allocating the scarcity, understanding that things have changed. And that's the biggest challenge, I believe.
Thank you. And under this same line of thought and taking into consideration, we've been talking about USMCA all day, but it's truly impacting the bilateral and the trilateral relationship. David, going back to you, how do you see these revisions or ongoing conversations on trade and tariffs influencing energy policy, energy production, the future of how the private sector may continue to engage in the development of such policies?
Well, I would say it's probably important to recognize how incredibly complementary and interdependent the U.S. and Mexico are when it comes to energy. So Mexico is the #1 destination for U.S. natural gas. It's the #1 destination for petroleum products. And Mexico, we import heavy crude, although a declining amount of heavy crude from Mexico for our refineries. It's also really essential to U.S. oil production. I don't know if this is really recognized, but the Permian releases a lot of gas in the production of oil, and that gas has to have some place to go. And so the future of the Mexican gas market really is very closely tied to the future of U.S. domestic oil production. I'm not sure the Trump administration totally understands this, but to the extent that you cap, either for economic reasons or trade reasons, the amount of gas you're sending to Mexico, you could end up shutting in a significant amount of U.S. oil production. So there's a lot of complementarity and even more so with Canada. So I think in the upcoming trade agreements, the USMCA review, the goal would be what we have now, which is supposed to be zero tariffs on trade and energy, and I would include electricity in that. And I think President Trump learned when he made those initial threats about the 25% tariffs, just how much complementarity there was when he figured out how much it was going to drive up product prices in the U.S. So I think that's going to be job one for the negotiation. That's going to be important for the U.S. and for Mexico. But it's really how the rest of the negotiation goes that's going to be the future of energy demand in Mexico and to some extent U.S. supply. And this is what's a little bit baffling about the administration's position. If you're worried about immigration and if you're worried about fentanyl and you're worried about the cartels, then you want to grow prosperity in Mexico, and you don't do that by destroying the market. But the big issue, I think, I don't know if you all talked about it earlier, is going to be Chinese content in Mexico. And that's going to be a new position for the U.S., is to not only oppose content from China that comes through Mexico into the U.S., but Chinese investment in Mexico that produces products which come to the U.S. And so that's going to be an enormous fight. And that impacts autos, it impacts steel, it impacts almost everything that goes into the energy sector as well. So I think the two are really closely tied. I'm hoping when the president gets fully staffed up and gets more people into the Western Hemisphere position and more people in trade and an interagency process begins, that he starts to get information that explains these interdependencies and will lead to zero tariffs. But if they remain in place, it'll lead to decreased energy production in both countries and decreased growth in both countries as well.
Thank you. And you're right. I mean, we're focusing, of course, a lot of the challenges, and thus are many, whether that is agreement on concepts and priorities, and agreement on maybe also designing policies centered just on the resources. Whereas right now, it seems like everything is on the table all the time. So if I remember energy, when I'm talking about trade or immigration, all of a sudden that's a different story and it's a different narrative. And now it's a huge problem. Whereas we're drifting away from the overall goal of maximizing resources and using that to really strengthen the North America as an economic engine and as our global competitiveness. And that, of course, has to do with China a lot.
Actually, if I could add one more point on this, I mean, it's just how far the conversation has come. We spent the last year and a half at the Wilson Center, working with both the Canada Institute and the Mexico Center on a North American energy integration project. And we produced a roadmap, which I think we delivered in December of this year, with 10 steps to greater North American energy integration, because it would really lift the boat on both sides. And now, we're talking about North American energy disintegration, because of the current level of policies. But there is a roadmap out there. There is a tremendous amount of complementarity between the countries, and Mexico's ability to site electricity and sell it into Southern California, Texas, excess electricity that could feed, industrial plants in Mexico. I mean, there's so much positive that could be there if we could get out of our own way. So it's a good reminder that we're talking about all the challenges because that's what we're faced with, but there is an enormous potential for positive growth as well.
Thanks. So precisely looking and continue to think about what can we do to improve efficiency and resource sharing. And I'm going to turn now to Richard and Consul Moreno together. What can you tell us about maybe success stories, other lessons learned from the northern or southern borders that showcase the importance of cross-border collaboration, and maybe or how vulnerable resource sharing can be when federal narratives trigger impulsive decisions? Start first.
Just to follow up on what was just said, all of these issues really depend on what kind of vision you have for North America. Ever since, NAFTA was first negotiated and, was negotiated under a Republican administration and ratified under a Democratic administration, we had, an implicit vision of I won't say unification, but of greater integration between United States, Mexico, United States, Canada. If we're really going into reverse on this, it marks a real sea change. If in our discussions with Canada about water, the biggest, are we really prepared to, make a big fight over, the $350 million they get, worth of power they get from the Columbia River, which is in fact, important, but minimal compared with the overall economies of the region, let alone of our countries. Similarly, if our view with Mexico is, we are competing with them for reshoring, we've really entered into a newer and a darker world, I think, in a lot of ways. So I guess the question is, how do these immediate frictions relate to the broader perspective? I guess my feeling is there are along the U.S.-Canada border and along the U.S.-Mexico border lots of businesses, lots of people that are really going to be negatively affected if we can't manage the border relationship in a fairly straightforward and positive manner. And that, these people, these businesses, and their representatives in Congress ultimately have to, if they are their representatives, have to begin to find ways to be a counterweight to this centripetal force that we're seeing now. That's kind of breaking North America apart. And we're at the beginning of a new administration and new policies, but at some point, those that are affected will need to make their voices heard.
Sure. So like in any other good governance process, we started to build a culture of trust for or between us as a federal agency, though a foreign federal agency working at the border, and our local stakeholders. And the only issue that we thought about is whether the Consulate General had a mandate to lead, in this case, a coalition, going back to the example on immigration, whether we had a mandate to lead a coalition to work with local stakeholders too. And the answer is yes and no. So the Vienna Convention on Consular Affairs, it mandates us to protect Mexican nationals here and elsewhere, like to any other country. But it's not as clear when it comes to negotiating with local and state stakeholders. So we try to find the ways to do so. And the answer was pretty simple. Let's look at the sisterhood agreement, in this case, between both Nogales. So there was a sisterhood agreement signed back in 2011, but to my surprise, I found very little information about it, and pretty much no follow-up since 2016. So we started to negotiate again a new sisterhood agreement with both Nogales, and we included also the U.S. Consulate General in Nogales, Mexico. So they were part of the discussion, and they were part of determining which issues, which topics would include in such an agreement. Because usually in those agreements, you only see culture, sports, and topics like that, which are very important, are a very powerful tool to put together two sister cities, but not those issues that were impacting like water management or energy for that matter, both Nogales. And to our surprise, it like 1 year within having and something important too, we signed that new agreement on December 12, 2022, which is the same date in which Mexico and the U.S. had established diplomatic relations 200 years before. So I think it was a very important day to celebrate this new agreement. And we included, again, other issues. Exports was very important for produce and other components. And I can tell you, by the way, that the success of this agreement is not only a perception. In a very recent study conducted by the University of Guanajuato and the government of Mexico's new Secretary of Science, they included 108 diplomatic and consular representations. And Nogales was ranked #1 in how we were using this Institute agreement. I mean, we paid for the study, but no, kidding. We didn't. We did not. But, I mean, it's a very specific tool in which you can include all the stakeholders operating at the border with specific results on health, water management. Health, for instance, we created this binational committee on health. So we are able to vaccinate people who do not have visa to enter the U.S. in the U.S. So we have vaccinated so far 44,000 people using this instrument. So that's just an example of how powerful this sisterhood agreement can be. And so for those who are now here and live in the border, which I assume is in minority, but still, I think we have some. I really invite you to explore your own agreements in your specific area of or scope of operation, because again, I think it's a good start, and we have already seen specific results based on the effectiveness of this agreement.
Thank you. And I think, as you mentioned, there's a lot to do to fully maximize this relationship, much more than signing agreements or revisiting some of them as we are USMCA or through the minutes and amendments, whether it's water, energy, infrastructure. Sharing those resources is what helps us elevate our competitiveness. But to your point, there's still much missing in terms of I was going to speak in Spanish, sorry, of bringing in academia, the private sector, local communities, officials, and really that historic knowledge and implementing lessons learned throughout the country and throughout North America, and elevating each of those voices, whether that is, the work of the VTA, at the time, the Wilson Center and the Dialogue, local communities, et cetera. I also want to bring in at the Chamber, we lead annual delegations to DC and Mexico City, but there's so much we can do once a year or twice a year, and sometimes it feels like we're preaching to the choir, having conversations among ourselves. And as federal governments come and go, or even local governments, it's really up to the stakeholders that are, again, in academia, private sector, nonprofits, to push the needle and give continuity to the policies and the projects that really make things work.
Exactly, and it's not the lack of binational mechanisms. We have tons of them. It's whether we are able to include, again, all the stakeholders operating in a specific point of entry or border town, for that matter.
I want to try to look and see how much time we have, because I think we may be pushing it. Okay, maybe we close it down there. Thank you so much. This was an insightful conversation. I know we can continue to go on and on, but I'll Well, thank you all for this conversation, and I'm hoping that each of us here can also be a resource in these efforts. So thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Denise. Thanks. It was a long day. Appreciate our hosts here at the Inter-American Dialogue. Want to thank our sponsors, the American Trucking Association's BBVA, Cameron County Regional Mobility Authority, Constellation Brands, thank you for the beer, GM, IBC Bank, Nature Suite, North American Development Bank, the San Diego Regional Chamber, and TECMA. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you next year.